Welcome in to the Skol Purple podcast as we're ready for the 2023 NFL Draft. As we speak, the Carolina Panthers are on the clock. And it's Carson and Tony, and ready to welcome in a slew of guests here this evening. Hopefully you can join us throughout the entire evening. We're planning to go all the way through pick number 31 because there's only 31 picks this year, Tony. So we're going to give it a shot. And we're going to welcome in a guest here momentarily who's a Panthers fan. And I think we know which direction the Panthers are going to go. But, Tony, how you doing first before we get Drew in here?
Yeah, I'm doing well. Obviously excited for the draft. Excited to get started. I also don't think there is a lot of mystery here for the Panthers, but they could shock the world. So you never know.
That's right. Well, I think that's a great opportunity for us to bring in Drew Harrison.
Hey,
Drew,
what's up, guys?
How are you doing?
Good. How are y'all doing?
Doing pretty well, man. Doing pretty well. Glad to bring you in here. We are waiting for the Panthers pick to be in, at least on my screen. I don't know about you guys, but
yeah, still, I don't know why'd they give us 10 minutes to start with. That's too much time. It's too much time.
That's right. But is there any mystery for you, Drew? I know you're a Panthers fan. Is there any mystery for you? Do you think it's Bryce Young?
I think it's Bryce Young. I'm hoping it's Bryce Young, but we have an owner that is in love with some other picks. So not 100% lock, a little scared. Of course, they had to throw the interview with Bryce Young's dad up to kick it off about how he hadn't heard anything from the Panthers. That's always a big old confidence boost. Like, oh, you hadn't talked? Okay, cool. That's fun.
Yeah, I mean, it's what's funny, Drew, the last time you and I spoke, we obviously was after the trade, right? So it was after the trade. So Panthers are at number 1, and you and I were talking about at the time, who are they going to take, obviously, and the consensus at the time was it was Stroud. And
yeah,
you were telling me, you're like, I really like Stroud. I'm feeling good about Stroud. Not that you didn't like Young, but you would have preferred Stroud. Now that things have kind of shifted, are you warming up to the idea of Young, or are you still feeling like, I wish they'd take Stroud?
I'm warming up to the idea of Young. The world found out Stroud's a big old dum-dum, so that's not good. I feel like those tests do mean something, especially with the speed of the game. I feel like that has a lot to do with decision making. And the last thing we need is a rookie that's going to have Jameis Winston like interception numbers. So I'm warming up to Bryce Young. His arm was really impressive at his pro day. And the more you watch these shows, the more highlights, they're really good about, showing the highlights. So you fall in love with these guys in your picks. But nothing's guaranteed. Look at Washington not picking up the 5th-year option on Chase Young. We have no idea how these guys are going to pan out, but I think Bryce Young gives us the best chance to be successful.
Yeah. I like Young quite a bit. I think Young is the right pick. I mean, obviously we know what the red flags, if you want to call them, are, or some of the the things that we wish I can't even say you'd wish he'd do better, because you can't make a guy taller, and you can't make him way more. Well, I suppose he could eat a lot of cheeseburgers.
We got to bulk him up. That's a big one. I already heard Twitter rumblings that there's a nutritionist and a strength coach waiting if he gets drafted. Like, I'm sure every team has that plan if they were able to. He falls to them, but got to bulk that guy up so he can, get whomped by Khalil Mack and still get up.
Well, according to Shams Carnia of The Athletic, they did pick Bryce Young, even though, according to what we're seeing, the pick is not in yet, even though Panthers front office on the
they look
on
mighty
the TV
calm, right?
Happy.
Yeah. That's not a war room. That's a decision made a long time ago. Oh man, poor Chris Mortensen's looking a little rough.
Yeah, he's looked rough for a few years now, but yeah, it's kind of sad. I think he battled actually cancer not too long ago.
Oh, no.
But glad that he's out there though. I mean, he's one of the reporting legends. I'm actually on the NFL Network stream. On the NFL
Saying
Network.
pick is broadcast. In now.
Okay, pick is in for you.
Well, forget you guys. I'm on ABC.
Okay.
Slash ESPN.
Yeah, I mean I'm on ESPN, so I'm. They just said at the bottom, pick is in. But before the pick comes in, how are you guys feeling about the Vikings? Y'all hoping Dalvin's still a Viking at the end of the night? Like, where y'all want it to go?
Well, I think if Dalvin Cook is not a Viking, it means that we traded up for a quarterback.
Okay.
If he is not a Viking by the end of the night, it means that we used him to package up to trade up, which I think what's going to happen, it's going to really depend on picks like 6 through 10 to see what the Vikings are going to do. I think if it gets all the way to 23 and we don't do anything, I think the Vikings probably trade back. That's my opinion. We only have 5 picks.
Oof. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Might want to get a little quantity there.
I was gonna say, Drew, good idea. We're both from North Carolina. You get Bryce Young in, and just have him eat a bunch of Bojangles, and he'll be fine.
I mean, it worked for me. Bulked up real quick.
That's right. Get a gallon of sweet tea.
Yeah, he's in the right place. Good old Southern cuisine. He'll be all right.
Woo.
I echo Tony's sentiment on Dalvin Cook, by the way. I don't think he's going anywhere unless it's for a quarterback, part of a trade up. Today, anyway. He could be gone some point this weekend still. I could still see the Vikings trading back up into the second or third round potentially and being like, all right, well, I guess we'll have to give up Dalvin Cook.
Yes, we did it. Pulled the trigger on my end. Bryce Young.
Yep, got Bryce Young.
Quarterback. All right.
It's a good move. By the way. I've been a fan of Bryce Young since last year. I was saying the Vikings should try and trade up for him already last year.
Yeah.
But
I'm good with this, man. Great arm. The last time I've been able, I don't think there's been a quarterback since maybe Kerry Collins in the history of the Carolina Panthers that had an arm that had like a rocket. Because Jake Delhomme's problem was he couldn't go down the field with accuracy. Cam Newton's problem was he lost his downfield. Well, he never was the most accurate, but he couldn't throw the ball down the field. So to have a quarterback that can throw that 70-yard pass, love it.
Yeah. Well, the big thing that sold me on Bryce Young,
love that hat,
was I was watching a breakdown of film. Somebody else did. Somebody smarter than me. And they were talking about how his ability to anticipate throws, where the guys he's throwing as the guy's getting into his break, right? Like it was just off the charts.
Yeah. And
that is a big indicator of success at the next level because these guys have to be able to anticipate routes and, there is no room for error. You can't have that hitch. And actually that's the big knock on Will Levis is that he doesn't throw with anticipation.
That dude can take a hit though. He'll be all right. My man can do it.
Yeah.
Yo, Purple Clowns, we're here. And we also have a Panther clown joining us as well.
Yeah.
But
that's right.
There's the draft room. They just showed it. Everyone's clapping. You got to get all the executives being like patting themselves on the back, like we did it, guys.
That's right. We did it.
We picked before everyone else.
That's right. Hey, Drew. So I gotta ask you, what were your thoughts on Frank Reich? I think you mentioned this on an episode you did with Tony, but do you think Frank Reich was the right choice? The Reich choice, I should
You're
say.
right.
I think, from my perspective, they should have went elsewhere. But what are your thoughts?
I definitely, wasn't that excited about it. He does have a track record for. I mean, I guess it's a toss up because his last few years with quarterbacks have been a little rough. But early on, he had a good track record with developing quarterbacks. So I'm hoping he can find some of that again. But once I got out of the emotions of wanting to keep Wilkes and what he did for our team last year, we really did need to go offensive minded coach. So I'm glad we checked that off the list. He wouldn't have been my offensive coach that I would have picked. I was yelling Eric Bieniemy till my lungs hurt to give him a chance. But
Yeah.
I think Eric Bieniemy and this young offense could do some things. But anyway, I'm happy with what I got, and I think we're it's going to be fun to watch a team that's hopefully, cross my fingers, competitive again.
I think the Panthers are winning the division, in my opinion.
It does help that Mr. Brady retired for sure.
Yeah, I guess that maybe it's low hanging fruit because that division is not looking super great right now. But I do think that Carolina has it. I mean, they proved it the second half of last season.
Yeah,
that they can hang. That they have a decent,
got a great defense
roster. Yeah, the defense is there, and I think look, you're going to have ups and downs with a rookie quarterback, right? Like, you can't expect Young to come in and be insane. But what you hope for is that throughout the season you see signs of like this guy might be special. Because you think even a guy like Patty Mahomes or Burrow, it's not. Yes, they did have some really good success early, and like same with Josh Allen. Granted, Josh Allen seemingly kind of regressed a little bit, but their rookie years, it wasn't like they came out and they were some veteran superstar. It just you kind of went, there's something special here. So that's what you're hoping for this year is that they're competitive. I do think they can win the division, and then maybe you go like, man, I think this guy's gonna have something. So I hope that's the case. I like, as Drew, the Panthers are kind of my secondary team, and they're not in our division, so that makes it easy on me. So
that's fair. Yeah. How are you guys feeling now that the big bad wolf's gone from the division?
Well, anytime you can get that drama queen out, I mean that's fantastic. We were ready to be done with Rodgers after last year already.
Yeah.
But
what a way to send him out. Didn't let him win the division his last year, so that's good.
That's right.
Yeah,
that's
his last
the
game
Kings
in
of the
division,
North.
Last game of the division was a loss to the Lions.
I do love it. I'm excited for them this year. I think they're going to turn some
graphic of like all the similarities between Brett Favre and Aaron Rodgers. Their last game, their last loss was a game at Lambeau Field where each of them threw an interception. Was their last passes.
Man, I hope his life doesn't turn like Favre. I don't want the pictures and the welfare scandals.
A little bit crazy.
Yeah, let's hope not. Yeah, all of a sudden we start seeing Aaron Rodgers doing Wrangler jeans commercials.
You'd be like, whoa, okay.
So here we go, guys. Bryce Young, number 1, and now CJ Stroud, number 2, is what I am hearing.
Really?
I mean,
the Texans just fooled everybody and said, you know what? We're taking him. Forget all the nonsense of the S2 cognition test. Forget all the, CJ Stroud might fall outside the top 10. Yeah, I mean, it was all going right?
I still feel like he's the second best quarterback in this draft. Yeah, so I feel like if the Texans wanted a quarterback, this is the right move. I do hate it for him that test came out. Like that does suck, like terrible timing. But it's the Texans. I still like they truly gave Mills a chance last year, and they truly can use him again this year if they want to let Stroud have a year. But you don't really let the number 2 pick sit on the bench. So well, it'll be fun to see what happens with Mills if he slides into that backup role. But I think this is the best move for the Texans.
Yeah, I don't disagree. I do think it is interesting. I really thought that they were going to take Will Anderson, but at the end of the day, as Carson mentioned, a lot of the stuff is just posturing over the last week. Like teams are trying to push other teams to do certain things, right? Like they're really high up on one guy, so they're hoping other teams take him, or they start releasing negative press about another guy. Like it is what it is. I do agree with you though, Drew. One of the things I thought was interesting about the S2 cognitive test was that basically what I read was if you score highly on the test, it doesn't necessarily correlate to success, meaning
Okay.
that it doesn't really mean anything if you. I mean, not that it doesn't mean anything, but it does. There's not a direct correlation to guys that score high and that do well in the NFL, but there was a direct correlation between guys that don't score well and don't do well in the NFL. So I was like, ooh, like that's
Yeah. I mean, they did go out and get a tight end for him. They got Dalton Schultz. They got Robert Woods, right? So we can see if he can have a bounce back year. So, I mean, they got a little bit better than what you're used to seeing on the skilled player set from the Texans, but we'll see how the rest of their draft goes if they build around this rookie quarterback.
Yeah. I don't know about you, Carson, but I'm actually kind of happy that Stroud went at 2 because I did not want the Vikings to get him and like a slide down. I'm not confident.
Y'all's Jimmy Clausen.
Yeah, I
was going to mention him earlier, but I just
that was a rough draft.
Have his fun.
That was a rough draft. Oh man, he kept sliding.
Gosh,
I was like, no.
It's just something about like Ohio State quarterbacks that make me go like, I don't know,
Yeah.
But it is what it is. Hopefully he, for the Texans' sake,
Texans seem hyped.
He's the guy. Yeah, hopefully he's the guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think Stroud is still the second best quarterback in this draft, Tony. Yeah. But I do think he doesn't have the upside of somebody like an Anthony Richardson. He doesn't have the upside, maybe even of a guy like Will Levis. I think Will Levis has maybe more upside than C.J. Stroud, but I think C.J. Stroud has more potential to be a surefire thing than those two guys.
Yeah, he's got a lot of. He's got a higher floor.
Yeah, exactly. So, Drew, anything else you want to mention about the offseason for the Panthers? I know we've got plenty of time here before we need to get our next guest in. Make sure, by the way, if you're joining us and you want to join and give your thoughts, skolpurplepodcast@gmail.com. You can send us an email and we will get you on. I suppose I should pull the email up. We'll have a bunch of emails at the end of the night and nobody to read them. So, Drew, any more thoughts on the Panthers offseason to this point?
No, it was sad to see DJ Moore go. So I want to see what if they do anything in the draft or in the rest of the offseason to get another receiver in there. Because I love Adam Thielen. Thank you guys, but I don't think he needs to be a main weapon per se. So it would be nice to give Marshall more time and Shi Smith some looks. And then we finally got a tight end. Like, I'm so glad we got Hurst. Like, I've missed that tight end since Greg Olsen left, and I'm very intrigued. We have a lot of good players on the roster and a lot of hope for the future, but I want to see what they do depth-wise.
Breaking news. Breaking news, guys. I just got a notification that says the Texans are now trading with the Cardinals to move to 3 as well.
Really?
So I don't know if that was real or not real, but my sources tell me that the Texans are moving up to pick number 3.
That's going to be very interesting.
That's got to be.
I bet
they said they want Anderson and Stroud.
Yeah, right. So
and
we'll
that's
see.
not how people thought that was possible. But I think they were thinking, okay, Stroud maybe falls to number 12.
Well, and then there was reports saying that the Arizona was trying to trade Hopkins to the Titans for the number 3 pick. But I don't know. I haven't.
Texans had the number 2 pick. They just traded to get the 3rd pick too.
Yep,
They're
and
making waves. Texans are like, we're doing this.
Yeah. I don't. I mean, I haven't seen
pumped. They are pumped over in Houston. Wow, look at that.
But yeah,
I would be pumped too, though. I mean, this is impressive what they're doing right now. They're getting their future quarterback. They're getting their edge rusher for the next 5 to 10 years or more. I mean, that's the core of your team. I mean, who knows if it'll work out? I see Tony's kind of smiling like, but
I'm very intrigued to see what they just gave up for this, though.
Yeah.
Yes, that'll be interesting. Yes.
I'm glad I got to break the news before it actually came up on the screen.
That's pretty cool.
It is. It is Will Anderson, by the way.
Yeah, I figured it'd be Will Anderson. That's no surprise to me because I thought they'd take him at 2. I wonder if they took Stroud and realized that somebody was going to take Anderson. Like there was no way they were going to be able to get Anderson without going to 3.
Yeah, no, Cardinals were going to scoop him up right now to replace JJ. I feel like.
And now,
which if you're the Cardinals, why don't you want JJ's replacement? But whatever.
Yeah, I have. Well, the Cardinals are.
And now
they're a circus right now.
Now it's very interesting because if the Vikings or any other team wanted to trade up for a quarterback, the Colts are probably drafting Will Levis or a quarterback.
Seattle maybe
not.
Seattle might be right behind them to get the Anthony Richardson as well. So.
Texans trade the pick 12, 33, and 2024's first-round pick.
So they're getting their 2 first-rounders this year and saying we don't need one next year.
Yep.
Yeah, right, they traded. Yeah, their 12th, their 2nd this year, and oh no, according to this, their 12th, the 33rd this year, so first-round pick, 2nd-round pick, and a 2024 first round and a 2024 third round.
Oof,
that's a haul.
They gave up this year and next year's first round.
And they also got pick 105 from the Cardinals back.
Okay. Wow, I mean, way to make a statement right from the get-go.
I mean,
like, we got 2 and 3.
Yeah, right. Yeah, what is this? A snake draft in my office fantasy football league?
That's right. That's right. Yeah, wow, what a night for the Houston Texans here.
I mean, that division, it's ripe for the taking if they, put a team together. So good for them.
So yeah, now the Colts might have just crapped their pants seeing what the Texans did.
Yeah. Well, Will Anderson's coming for whoever they draft right now.
We're going to need a quarterback to compete with C.J. Stroud and to be able to throw the ball quicker than Will Anderson can get to him. So is that Will Levis? Is that Anthony Richardson?
I'd go Richardson over Levis, to be honest with you.
I would too. I've come around more on Richardson, Tony, by the way. Oh. I'm still not 100% he's going to pan out, but I think with the right coaching, oh my, he's going to maul Roger Goodell there. But I think with the right coaching, and I think Kevin O'Connell can be that right coach for Anthony Richardson, I think things could go really well for Anthony Richardson in the NFL. But
yeah, I just worry he gets to the wrong. I mean, Indy's got a new regime, but could you imagine if he was just the next quarterback and just that list?
Yeah.
Well, see, and that's why I think a guy like Anthony Richardson would thrive. I mean, look, I know I'm biased, but with a team like the Vikings.
There he goes. Anthony Richardson to the Colts, folks.
Yeah, they had to, man. I definitely think that's the pick over Levis.
Yeah. I just think it would be for his sake, for him to go somewhere he could sit for a year.
Oh, no doubt. Because like, look at him. He finessed, showing raw talent and whatever was Florida football last year into being the 4th overall pick in this draft. Like, wow.
Yeah. Well, and then of course his pro day was insane. Which they're always
Come on, look at Zach Wilson's pro day. If we've learned anything, is don't trust pro days.
Yeah. Well, it was sponsored by Adult Friend Finder. So.
Oh boy.
Where do you think? Do you think Zach Wilson gets a second chance anywhere?
I think if you're Zach Wilson, this Aaron Rodgers trade might be the best thing for you, because I think if he can sit behind Rodgers for a little while and become a competent backup, then guess what? He'll have a long career in the NFL as a competent backup. But if he goes out there and flames out as a starter, which I think he would, which we saw already, he'd be out of the league like soon, because it's just he'd be another Josh Rosen.
Yeah, he needs to shoot for being like a Case Keenum, or who'd you guys just sign? Chase Daniel.
Yeah, right. Yeah, or no, we have Nick Mullins. Yeah.
No, God, y'all got Nick Mullins?
Yeah, we got the old Molskis.
I hate that dude.
I don't know if there's anybody in the history of this world that has ever said I hate Nick Mullins, but we've got our first right here.
I hate his face. That game, those games he played for the 49ers, when he'd look over at the sideline, I'm like, oh, I hate this dude.
Yeah. Well, he's got like kind of like he just sucked on a lemon, maybe.
Yeah. Like he looks like he starts every sentence with, "Can I help you?"
I'm very disturbed how accurate that is.
Yeah. Excuse me?
Do you need help with something?
Yeah. So condescending, Nick Mullins.
Yeah. That's a cool shirt. Fan of the year.
Oh, yeah.
Well, and then the Seattle Seahawks take Will Levis, right?
I mean,
all the top 4 quarterbacks are gone. The Vikings are screwed, Tony. They're screwed. Hey, what's coming?
I think Seattle might pull a old get another best player available and roll with Geno for next little bit, because next year's draft is full of quarterbacks.
Yeah. That's the way I kind of think.
Perhaps,
because Caleb Williams is there. May probably leave Carolina. Like a lot of great quarterbacks next year.
Yeah. Oh, next year's draft classes or quarterback class.
I see a tweet that says, "Wow, Seattle."
Oh.
Okay. Well, I don't know what that means. This is going to be interesting, boys. This is going to be interesting.
Pete Carroll drafted Doublemint gum.
A new fresh pair of New Balances.
Yeah, that's right. Brought to you by New Balance and Winter Green.
Whatever that scooter was he was driving in that video with Gino.
Yeah. Yeah. All right, there. So there's AR.
You think are the Colts really planning on playing Anthony Richardson day one?
I hope not, for his sake.
Well, who else they got?
I don't know.
What's option A?
That's a great question right now. That's a great question.
I hear Wentz is looking for a job, right?
Yeah, him and his chapped lips. I keep bringing this up. Why does Carson? Am I the only person that's noticed that Carson Wentz has had a steady progression of chapped lips throughout his career in the NFL?
I can't look at that man too long, so I hadn't noticed.
Yeah, well,
here's what the Colts need to do. Here's the blueprint for the Colts: pick up Tyrod Taylor for a year, let him play, and have him mentor Anthony Richardson.
Yeah. I don't think that's a bad pickup.
Because Tyrod, every chance he gets, he does okay, but then he gets hurt, or a doctor stabs him in the chest.
yeah, right. Take this.
Yeah. Oh, you're playing? No, you're not.
Yeah. Or how about Baker Mayfield? I'm just kidding.
He's in our division.
I know. Yeah. He said he's resurrecting his career.
Yeah,
Was he,
He's always resurrecting his
with the
career.
Bucks. Yeah.
That's something you say when you go to the XFL. Like, calm down.
I used to be a fan of. Well, I mean, I still don't mind Baker, but I used to be a really big fan of Baker. But
I was
Anthony Richardson, the Colts, by the way, again.
Yeah, I was okay when he was with us, but we were just at a weird part in our organization, our franchise, that just didn't work out. But I wished him the best in LA, but now I hope he sucks again with Tampa.
You talk about that like it's an ex-girlfriend that you're not super proud of. We're like,
Yeah.
it was an awkward part of my life, but I mean, everything worked out best for everybody.
Dude, that's most former quarterbacks for the Carolina Panthers.
It was a weird time of my life. I was going through some things. I don't know. I was big into anime for a while. I can't explain it.
Is that the Delhomme years?
Yeah, the Chris Winky years. I started dating some older women for a while.
You mean the Chris Winky year?
Yeah.
We had a lot of those years where it was one year because Clausen had his 1 year. Rodney Pete has his 1 year.
I had high hopes for PK after he showed out last year.
Tell us about those emotions.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm going to be very interested to see what Seattle does. The phones are ringing in Seattle. That's what Ian Rappaport tweeted out, and that's what another thing I saw got tweeted out. Looks like
was this Kevin Costner on draft day?
That's right. I want your first round pick this year, next year, and the year after that.
That's right. They're comparing McNabb and Richardson. All right. I mean,
McNabb had some rough years.
Tony, now everybody that thought, now all the people that were like, let me restart. Okay.
It's the draft, man. It's okay to be crazy.
He's coming out now and saying, I thought it was crazy for the Vikings to the top 5. Now you say it after. Who say they didn't try to trade up? First, their offers probably just weren't good enough. Like the Texans had the 12th pick. Do you think that they'd rather go back? You think that other team would go back? The Cardinals would want to go back to 23 instead of 12?
Probably have to throw another second rounder in there, but sure.
Well, and that's why, Drew, you asked the question early on before the first pick came in about Dalvin Cook, and that's why I said what I said about if he goes, it's because we're going to try to package him into a deal. And, I could have seen him going to really either the Texans or the Cardinals. I mean, both those teams, I would imagine, would love to have a kind of more of a bell cow back, especially with Kyler Murray with the Cardinals. I mean, what's Murray supposed to miss? Like probably about 6 games or something like that.
I mean, yeah, is next year. Is that why they're moving back? Because next year is pretty much a wash.
I mean, he's supposed to miss, I think, almost half the season.
Who'd they get? McSorley? Is that their backup?
I don't know. Is it Josh McCown? I have no idea.
One of the McCowns is our quarterbacks coach.
No. Yeah. As long as you have to understand, Drew, I don't mind Nick Mullins because we had to deal with Sean Mannion. So any backup quarterback that's not Sean Mannion.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah. I mean, we had the best backup for years with old Derek Anderson, so I miss that.
Here's another name for the Colts. We were talking about guys
that
sounds
like the Eagles potentially are going to move up, gentlemen.
Oh, okay.
The strong get stronger.
They clearly need a quarterback.
Or are they giving up for Robinson to keep him out of the Cowboys'
Jalen
reach?
Carter. I bet it's Jalen Carter. That's my guess.
Would they have to move up for him though?
Yeah.
What about Gardner Minshew? He could go to. Why doesn't he go to Indy?
They're moving up for the
I think
Eagles. Are
Philly
moving up for
likes him.
Gardner Minshew.
Yeah.
I think
Well,
the Eagles like having him as a backup.
I
You
mean,
know, he
I would
got
too.
with Jalen being hurt last year. He got him. He didn't get wins per se, but he got him through that part.
Yeah, they were still competitive. I think he won one game, didn't he? 1 or 2 or
Yeah,
something like that.
he went 1-2, I think.
Yeah. Well, pick is in. Pick is in.
Microsoft makes modern work possible.
The pick is in.
What a weird commercial. Are you guys seeing this? The Ottomans moving around. I don't like it.
Yeah,
I didn't like that at all.
That's the new Ram too. That's weird.
Yeah. Oh, it's a Ram commercial. Why is the Ottoman chasing the Ram?
Oh,
They
my buddy.
must have passed up some offers. It looks like.
Yeah, my buddy Randy Slack, who's a Bengals fan and also is the host
Kevin
of
Witherspoon.
Slack on Sports and ESPN Wilmington. He just tweeted out more large QBs have been bust than smaller QBs. So that's just something to think about.
I mean, there's something there. No, I think Young's going to be fine. The other thing that's going to help Bryce Young is he's football smart. And hopefully
Yeah.
with guys like that, they don't put themselves in harm's way unnecessarily. So
Yeah, as long as he can slide better than Cam Newton could when he got to the league, I'll be okay.
God, Lord.
He used
Yeah, I
to
don't
get
know
just hit for no reason. Like, slide, dude.
I'm sure you saw Cam put out the whole what are the 32 better? What are 32 quarterbacks that are better than me right now?
I agree with him to an extent. I don't think there's 64 quarterbacks better than him,
Yes.
but I think there's probably 32 better than him by now. Like, my man had chances and could not throw the ball. Like, I love the nostalgia feeling of being a Panthers fan and Cam Newton, but that chapter's closed.
Yeah. I don't disagree. I mean, at some point, your time's just done. And the other part of it is that organizations don't like distractions either. And
Right.
not to say like he is a bad person, or just his name being in the building causes distraction.
Yeah.
Which
All right.
sucks because that's
Here
not
we
really
go.
his fault.
Seattle Seahawks.
Here we go.
Yep, Devin Witherspoon.
I mean, rebuild that defense. I hear you.
Yeah.
Man, pairing Devin Witherspoon with Tariq Woolen, that's a pretty nasty cornerback duo there now.
You know, Pete loves his pass protection, so.
Yeah, that's why they didn't
Or
go
pass
offensive line.
defection. I don't know.
Okay, yeah, that's fair.
Well, good for him.
Yeah.
The Lions are on the clock.
The Lions, that could have been their pick had he been there, but
Do they dare go Levis? Put the pressure on
I don't
Golf.
think so. I think this is something that I don't know how many people. I don't listen to a lot of Lions talk, but not many people I don't think have said this. But what if the Lions shock everybody and go with wide receiver Jackson Smith-Njigba, because Jamison Williams is going to be out for the first 6 games, and Quintus Cephas is out for the entire year. I think they released him. Not that he was much anyway, but yeah, Marvin Jones is back, but we know he's not anything like he used to be. So
yeah, and they let St. Brown get beat up last year.
They do have St. Brown still, yeah, but I think bringing in Njigba, Jackson Smith-Njigba, that would be a sick offense for the Lions.
I think that's a great
especially
idea.
when Jamison Williams gets healthy.
Yeah, for sure.
But
I think that's a good move right there.
But they could go corner. They could go corner too.
I can't believe they let
That's right. All those parlays.
their corner go for a 7th round or a 5th round pick. What, Jeff Okuda?
Yeah, they obviously weren't too big of a fan, or weren't big fans of Okuda anymore, I guess.
That's brutal. Like, at least get a 3rd for him. Like, geez.
Yeah, that was not a good trade for them, considering how much they spent on him. But
Yeah.
Carson, what if the Vikings traded up with the Lions?
I was thinking that before you said that. I was thinking that. What if the Vikings trade up with the Lions again, just so the Vikings could get their franchise quarterback? And the Lions are like, no, you idiots. We don't trade up with you. We don't
Yeah.
trade back with you. We can trade up with you, but we aren't trading back with you. We're not fools. Sorry, Quasi. I'm not trying to take shots at you, but you
I
should
don't
have
know.
got.
You don't know what we're offering, Carson. We might be offering stock in FanDuel Sportsbook or something.
If y'all traded up for the pick right now, who would you want it to be? Levis?
I mean, I would imagine they'd be going quarterback, and at this point, yes, I would have to take
Hooker? Hendon Hooker?
Oh, not here. Not
42-year-old Hendon Hooker?
Yeah, exactly. No, I mean it would have to be Levis because anybody else would be a massive reach.
Yeah. Are there a second wave of quarterbacks going this weekend? I mean, obviously, I know there are, but do they have any kind of heat behind them at all? Like,
I think that, and Carson, you can jump in here too, but I think Hooker is probably back end of like tier 1. And then I would say, like, I don't know, I like Dorian Thompson Robinson. I like DTR. Who's the guy out of BYU that you turned me on to, Carson?
Jaron Hall.
Yeah, so he's another guy I think to watch out for. I think he might go a little later.
And we've got some news. The Arizona Cardinals are trading up to the 6th pick.
they got their haul, and I wonder what they gave up, what they kept. This is going to be interesting. Cardinals are trading back up.
You know what I think here, gentlemen? I think that the Cardinals are going to go get Jalen Carter. I think that's more of a sure thing here than before.
I say chaos. They get Will Levis.
Oh, wouldn't that be something? Wouldn't that be something?
Their new coach is like, Kyler's not my quarterback.
Yeah, right. Get him out of here.
You know, I wonder what Kirk Cousins is thinking right now, because I heard that he was on like some Bleacher Report live stream of the draft tonight. He's probably loving that all these quarterbacks are gone. He's probably like, yes, keep going, quarterbacks, get off the board. But he probably knows that his days in Minnesota are numbered at this point, I would think. But
well, it gives him all the leverage in the world, because if we don't have anybody to
like that dude needs any more leverage on these contracts. That man has finessed his way into making more money than he ever should have.
He's the richest 500 quarterback in the history of the NFL.
It's ridiculous.
Yeah. Sorry,
kept
Mike.
signing those franchise tenders.
Wow, this is interesting. The Cardinals select Paris Johnson. All right.
Oh, okay.
Look at Shefty. Shefty's hyped. Shefty's like, "What's up?" Whatever.
It's a trade.
The Paris Johnson, by the way, could have potentially went to the Raiders there, so that's probably a good pick for the Cardinals. They probably thought, well, let's get him now. And maybe the Raiders here go with Skoronski. We could have back-to-back tackles go. Or maybe they go with Will Levis. Who knows?
I think if you're the Raiders, you stay away from Jalen Carter, though. Like, if your history shows anything, you don't go after anybody that potentially in the slightest bit can cause any kind of off-the-field issues for you.
Oh, you mean guys with off-field issues probably shouldn't go and work in Las Vegas?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
So what did they get? They got the 12th overall.
Tony,
and
who's your
something
hero? Tony K is commenting, and for that, he's my hero.
else.
Who's your hero?
Oh yeah, Tony K. Yeah.
Yeah. Who's your hero, Tony? Tony K. You got to tell us. Is Paris Johnson your hero?
Yeah, we're gonna see
Or
what
who's your hero? Oh, Kirk is his hero. Okay.
Oh yeah,
Okay.
there we go.
All
Yeah.
right.
Good old Kirk, the old Kirk Cousins. Yeah.
Oh man, this is craziness, gentlemen. This is craziness.
The
Oh,
new
he got
nightmare.
hyped. Look at him.
Oh,
Offensive tackle for Ohio State.
get it. Yeah, there we go. All right. I like it. I'm enjoying it.
I mean, you just paid a lot of money for Kyler Murray to be on the field, so that makes a whole lot of sense.
Yeah.
Right. Well, and truth be told, they need offensive line help. So
Oh yeah.
good pick for them. He was pretty high up on my board, but like you said, Carson, next pick could be Skoronsky.
The good thing about this draft is I got to focus on the quarterbacks. Like, because I knew once Carolina traded up, even before we traded, I figured we were going quarterback. So it's been this whole first round is going to be like a surprise to me because I don't know a lot of the other players because I didn't pay attention because I was so focused on who are the Panthers going to draft as their next quarterback.
So basically, the Panthers already have their Will Anderson. They have Brian Burns, right? So
Yeah.
So they basically didn't even have to draft Will Anderson. So
Yeah,
I mean,
love
you
it.
got your quarterback now, Bryce Young, and of course you got Brian Burns, who I think is a really good young and up and coming pass rusher still in the league, and
Yeah.
that defense was still pretty decent last year. I actually, and I know Tony and I talked about this before they officially hired Reich, but I was all for letting Steve Wilkes take the reins. But I don't know what your thoughts were on that.
I was super hyped about it. I really was pulling for him because just the fact that he was able to turn around, 2 years of just a toxic environment, it was very cool to see that team rally around him. And I'm all for the coach being who the players want. If the players are happy, they sign long-term deals because, like, all the rumblings were the longer that Matt Rule stays, Brian Burns said he wasn't re-upping long-term. Brown wasn't going to sign a long-term. Jeremy Chin couldn't wait to get out of there. So now that he's gone, they were taught, they really rallied around Wilkes. So I was there for it. But I think the right pick was to go offense because we did turn the defense around. Now we need to really focus on the offense and the development of this young quarterback. But, man, it hurt. Like, I knew there was no way to be like, Wilkes, hey, buddy, please stay, like, be like half head coach. You know what I mean? Like, we'll get be defensive coordinator and you're like half head coach. Does that work? Please.
Yeah, right. You could be
That's right.
assistant to the regional manager.
But I was really pulling for Wilkes to get the job and then him just get a really strong offensive coordinator. Like, I was okay with that too. But,
Yeah.
what can you do now?
Right.
I don't think the Raiders go quarterback here, just because they've got Garoppolo, and I think there's just other holes that they.
Oh, I completely forgot about that.
Yeah.
I forgot Garoppolo's with the Raiders now.
Yep.
My wife is watching as well. She is a Chiefs fan. I was picking on her for that flex that the Chiefs had to do up top where they brought Mahomes and Kelsey out. It's like, oh, y'all just had to flex on the league real quick. Okay, all right.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's good. Yeah.
Say hello to the wife for me, Drew.
Tony says hello. She says hello.
Yeah. No, I don't think they go quarterback. I think ultimately, I think you're right. I think they probably go O-line here, which would make sense, especially given the fact that they have Garoppolo, because Garoppolo's not a guy that you don't want him running for his life. So And you know what? If they have a bad year, as we already mentioned, next year's quarterback class is going to be stronger than this year.
Can you not see Caleb Williams in the black and silver? Like,
Oh, I could see it. Yeah, I could see it.
Well, let's see. Who are the Raiders going to take here, gentlemen?
They might switch it up and go Gonzalez, this cornerback.
Yeah, that's a good one. That's a good one too. They really don't have much in that cornerback room, based on what I remember, anyway.
No, he just Christian Gonzalez. That just sounds like a Raider.
Yes, you got right.
Oh, got the big hat. Oh, we got the big hats out.
Oh, there it is. Yeah. I don't know. I want one.
Coming from someone who already wears a big hat that they don't sell in stores, like a size that you have to order online, I don't really want to push it. You know? What if I get that big hat and it doesn't fit?
Well, that's the point, Drew, is I need the big hat.
Yeah. What size do you wear, Tony?
I wear let's see, I'm a 7. Oh, this one's not fitted, but I'm a 7 5/8. Oh, you go the old 8 skis.
Yeah.
Hey. Yeah. Oh, this one's fitted.
Do you see how it just sits on top of my head too? So, like, I can't wear snapbacks even on the low, like the biggest setting. Can't do it.
Yeah, that last little snap.
Like,
yeah, I've got.
Carson, I like your captain hat with the line. Like, I would love to have something like that, but I just can't do it.
Yeah, I think
That's
I've got
right.
3 notches on the snapback, so I'm getting close. I'm at the point like when you wear a belt and you're like, this one still fits. They're on the last notch.
Yeah. You cut a new one.
Again, forever. This belt will still fit.
The pick is in.
Here we go.
Oh,
Kuiper.
Tyree
Greeny's got the
Wilson.
glasses out.
Todd.
I do like the team they got here. That's nice. I love Lewis Riddick. I think he.
Yeah.
I hate that he
There you
hadn't
go,
gotten.
folks.
I like Riddick as well.
Tyree Wilson goes to the Raiders at pick number 7, the edge rusher from Texas Tech.
I guess you need it in that division, so good for them.
Yeah.
Yep.
Interesting. Okay. All right. I'm into it.
Pretty quickly, for all of you that are consuming this with us, we'll be joined by Larry from Bears Talk Underground podcast. He's going to be hopping on to give us his thoughts on what's happening with the Bears, because the Bears will be on the clock at pick number 9.
Nice.
So looking forward to hearing what his thoughts are on the Bears offseason to this point. And also, of course, what the Bears decide to do. Here's the thing: the Bears could very well trade back again too. So
yeah,
it'll be great.
They're more of a quantity over quality push at this point.
Yeah, and I think that's smart. Honestly, I thought to myself, it'd be really smart if the Bears trade the first pick to the Texans for number 2, which would be so ironic. Because if the Texans didn't try and win their final game, they would have had that pick. But I was like, keep trading back until you get as much value as you possibly can. Obviously, eventually, it's not like Madden, and you're going to get everybody to trade back with you. But
right.
You know what I mean? Like it would have been nice to see them get more value, and they still could get more value here, but.
I think the Bears should take Will Levis. No, I'm just kidding.
Well, I mean, now we get to see how far he falls.
Yeah.
Because we're about to get a string of teams that don't need him.
Despite the Vikings.
Yeah.
Well,
I'm intrigued to see what Atlanta does next.
The Vikings are still in play if Will Levis is still there at 10. I will say that. If Will Levis is still there at 10, the Vikings are still in play.
And I think they will have to trade up to 10 to get him, too.
Yeah, because he'll go to the Titans. Yeah, he'll go to the Titans.
Do you really want to bridge the gap from Kirk Cousins to Will Levis, though?
I don't know. It's one of those things, Drew, where if they do something like that, you have to just trust in the staff and go, well, I mean, I guess they pay you more money than me for a reason.
Yeah. Philly's at 10. I don't know if y'all can pry that from them.
Yeah, I don't know. Philly might really like a Dalvin Cook.
I really don't want Jalen Carter to come to our division, so I'm really hoping the Falcons don't take him here.
They need to get some interior pass rush on Bryce Young.
Oh no, I don't like
think,
that.
I think Atlanta might go Bijan Robinson.
I don't want that either.
Tyree Wilson is dressed for Vegas, somebody tweeted out, and yeah, I would have to agree.
You got to have a little
Very
flair to you if you're an
Vegas-y
edge rusher.
outfit.
Oh, yeah. You got to have a little swag, you know?
Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah, I would not be surprised if Bijan goes to the Falcons. I think it might surprise some people. It won't surprise me.
Oh, yeah, he is dressed for Vegas. Oh, that's nice. Man's killing it. Got the floral print. Oh, look at him.
What is he letting got a little chest with the
I don't. Could you imagine dropping back and seeing that dude coming after you? Good God.
Hey, they make that outfit in a plus size?
He looks like he's ready to tackle someone right now. He's like, "What's up?"
6'5" and 5'8", 271.
271. There it is, bear hug Goodell. Goodell's like, "Oh, that felt great, man. Thanks."
I think Goodell's gonna die one of these days from somebody's
He's just gonna drop.
He's just gonna get crunched.
Well, the thing is, Goodell's like not that small either. Like I think Goodell's like, isn't he like 6'2" or 6'3" or something like that?
I have no clue.
Who knows, man?
I need Goodell to come out and do some combine work.
He's in his 60s, right?
I need
He's
to know
what earn that $40+ million paycheck.
I need to know what Goodell's 3-cone is and his 10-yard split.
That's right.
That's fair.
How many reps is he putting up at 225?
How's that 3-cone looking, Roger?
That's right. That's right.
He's just gonna fly around it with his helicopter. He'll be all right.
His vertical. I love that.
Oh boy. Bijan Robinson.
No.
I knew it.
No. That's the highest a running back's gone in a hot minute, right?
Yeah, I knew. You know,
that's one pick later than Adrian Peterson there, Mr. Tony.
Boo.
Well, this is the thing.
Adrian Peterson was better. No.
He's a special talent. You know, Bijan is going to be a heck of a running back.
I think he should, based on talent, I mean, I wouldn't have taken him number 1 overall, but based on talent, I think he is the most talented player in this draft.
Yeah. It's just
I would not take a running back 1st overall, but boy, oh boy, I'm feeling for you there, Drew. I'm feeling for you.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Dalvin Cook is probably out then for the Falcons now. Yeah. So,
well, who's the quarterback in Atlanta?
Ritter.
Yep.
Yeah, okay. All right.
Well, Will Levis is still there, Tony. Will Levis is still there.
Yeah. Hey, speaking of which, Mariota's floating around too. Mariota could get picked up by somebody.
There, he could go to Indianapolis. Right. You know, Anthony Richardson.
Learn from him.
Sit behind Mariota.
That's a smart call. Won't do it, but that's a good call.
Yeah, they won't do it. But.
Yeah.
Carson,
unbelievable. We got some commenters in here.
Ooh, let's get them in. What do we got?
Chris Bowman chiming in. Stay put. Don't move up. At this point, I don't know. I would wait to see what Chicago does. And then if I'm the Vikings, and if I like Will Levis, I don't personally like Will Levis. But if I'm the Vikings, and, you know, if I'm Kevin O'Connell and I say I really like Will Levis and I can mold him into the quarterback I want him to be, then I would be trading up right now because he's very likely to go to Tennessee. And if he doesn't go to Tennessee, he's probably going to go before the Vikings pick because he could go to Washington. He could go even to New England, which maybe is a little bit more far-fetched. But he could go to Tampa Bay. So there's other possibilities for Will Levis, even if he wouldn't go to Tennessee. But I think he would go to Tennessee.
Yeah.
If he gets to that point.
Tennessee would be hyped if they fell to him, if he fell to them and they didn't have to give up anything to get him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep, I agree.
Yep. So that's my thought, Chris. I don't know what your thought is. I think he's kind of in alignment with me. Some of these guys are dressed like they already got their first NFL game check.
They got those NIL checks. They did.
Hey, they got those NIL checks. Yeah, that's right. So that's a big reason why a lot of these guys can afford to dress that way. And before the NIL checks, they were under the table checks. So there you go.
Yeah, they were still there. Well, fellas, thank you for having me. I appreciate you. Thank you for letting me get my draft stress out. I'm glad we went with Bryce. I feel good about it. And I'm going to go game plan for this new running back in our division.
All right. All right. Sounds good, Drew.
Thanks for joining, Drew, man.
Thank you, guys.
Thanks for being here. All right. Drew Harrison, Panthers fan, joining us, talking about the first few picks here of the 2023 NFL Draft. Let's see. All right. We're going to wait for Larry until after the pick is made. Then he's going to join us. And so then that's when he's going to join us to give his thoughts on the Bears selection. And the Bears are on the clock right now, by the way. And let's see if the Bears.
You must be ahead of me because my Hulu Live is like, I'm still waiting for them to announce Bijan.
And now the Eagles and Bears have traded. So the Eagles moved up one spot. And I wonder if they go Jalen Carter or maybe Christian Gonzalez here.
Interesting. Okay. All right.
The only reason I know that, Tony, is because I am on a Twitter account called ML Football, and he's tweeting out these picks pretty quickly. So at _ML Football, if you want to follow the same account I have.
Ooh, I might need to do that. He's
he or she is an independent NFL reporter approved by the NFL and NFLPA.
So what is it? ML _?
It's at _ML Football.
Got it.
Got it. Yeah, he's got 63. He or she, I should say, 63,000 followers. Bijan Robinson to the Atlanta Falcons. How about that?
So are you just like refreshing every so often?
Yep.
Interesting.
Like every few seconds.
Yeah, right.
How about that? The Eagles appear to be taking Carter.
Interesting. So Bears gave up pick number 9 to Eagles for pick 10.
Gal, if I was the Bears, I would have maybe went with Carter myself if I was the Bears, but we'll see what they do. Now the Vikings are going to trade with the Bears. You know, that's going to happen, right?
I mean, I was just going to say that puts the Vikings in a really weird spot, you know, because now if they want to try to trade up, they're going to have to trade with the Bears if they want to.
Yeah.
Because I don't think, like you said, I don't think Levis goes past 10. Like, I think he'll go at 11. I think unless the Titans really are like, you know, we don't want him, but I don't see that happening. I don't know who else.
RJ Ochoa, who has been a guest on the show back when we played the Cowboys, the preview for that. He is the manager and editor-in-chief of Blogging the Boys, which is an SB Nation show of the Cowboys. And he is voicing his displeasure on Twitter with saying boo to the Jalen Carter to the Eagles comment. So, you know, that's probably a pretty good move when you're seeing that from your division rivals. So, man, the Eagles, they are just They are just wheeling and dealing, and they still get Jalen Carter.
Wow. Yeah.
I think Howie Roseman is already on his way to potentially getting GM of the year again. Oh man, that is incredible.
Well,
That is incredible.
from what it sounded like to me,
Two Evil to Hope joining us. Go ahead, Tony.
I was just gonna say, it seemed to me that the biggest knock on Carter, outside of some of the other weird stuff, but more than anything, it was just the work ethic, right? Consistent work ethic, and if they feel like they can get the most out of him and get him on the right track with the right coaching staff, and that the talent is there. So
yeah. Too Evil to Hope says Bijan is a huge overreach, not even the best running back. Wow.
Really?
I'm guessing Too Evil to Hope likes Jahmyr Gibbs better. I think Bijan's better, but I mean, Jahmyr looks like he'll be a really good player too. It sounds like, according to Darren Doogie Wolfson, the Vikings are very interested in Jahmyr Gibbs. So we'll see what happens there.
I'm pretty high. I'm high on Bijan, but I think Gibbs is good too.
The Atlanta Falcons Twitter account tweeted out the crumpled up piece of paper from draft day and put Bijan no matter what instead of Vontae Mack.
Oh, yeah.
So there you go.
I like
it. It's a great move from the Falcons there.
And a phenomenal movie.
Yeah, I know there's some people that didn't like the movie, but come on.
I thought it was a fun movie.
I mean, it wasn't like, the most amazing movie in the history of movies, but yeah, it was fun. It was. I mean, Kevin Costner was in it, and you had the intern that was getting yelled at for no reason. So
it's not like you're watching Shawshank Redemption. I mean,
that's right. Jennifer Garner was in it.
Yeah, she was in Shawshank. No, I'm kidding.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. Levis is a bust. Chris says go wide receiver at corner at 23. Now, I will say this, Chris. I know I'm kind of alone in this, not totally, but to an extent. But I would love it if the Vikings get Hendon Hooker. I know. I'm hearing the boos in my head right now. I don't know if it's actually happening or not, but I like Hendon Hooker. I think he's going to be a better quarterback than a lot of people think in the NFL, and I think he's got a higher floor than Anthony Richardson and Will Levis. I'm telling you that right now, Tony. I'm telling you right now, so that way when he becomes a bust in a few years, then you can come back and show this video to all your friends. What do we got?
Bears at 10 overall take Tennessee tackle Darnell Wright.
Darnell Wright. And now the Titans ruin our dreams and take Will Levis. Yeah. I shouldn't say our dreams, but the Vikings' dreams. Yep, you are correct. Correct.
Yeah.
You got the same account I do?
Yeah. Well, I figured I got to be on top of it like you. I can't always be behind the 8 ball here.
That's right. Well, I know my live stream that I'm on, my thing that I use for streaming my TV stuff, like that, it's behind usually. So I figured I better get on Twitter.
Mine is a little behind as well. I mean, it's not severely behind, but all Hulu Live, there's always a little delay there, which is great when you're watching playoff sports and you're on Twitter at the same time. So then I know when the Timberwolves break my heart, I get to know on Twitter, and then I get to see it for real again. So it's like having your heart broken twice.
That's right. Yeah. That's right. So Jalen Carter to the Eagles and Darnell Wright to the Bears. So that means we'll be getting some analysis here shortly from Larry Dyer from Bears Talk Underground. He'll be joining us He was a guest early on in the season last year, and so we're going to have him on to talk a little bit about the Bears and their pick of Darnell Wright. They're trading back too, by the way. And now Tennessee with Will Levis still there. Will they get him, or will they go elsewhere? It'll be interesting to see.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. And to your point about Hendon Hooker, I'm fine with it. I feel like I would love to see them trade back and still be able to get him, because I just think 23 is too high. But that's just me. I think it's just a bit too rich for my blood at 23 for Hendon Hooker.
Yeah. I think that's interesting. I wonder if the Vikings even called the Bears and said, "Hey, hey guys, how you doing?"
Right?
Chris Bowman says Hooker will be fine. A lot depends on what JJ wants. That's very fair. That's very fair. But I will say to your point, Chris, I would also like a wide receiver. I'm not huge on taking a corner in the first round. I know a lot of people would like that. I'm not saying I'd be absolutely PO'd or whatever if they did, but I'm just saying with the depth at cornerback in this draft, why do it in the first round? Unless like Christian Gonzalez, like somebody like one of the top corners in the draft falls all the way down to 23, which boy, that'd be something if that happened. I don't think it'll happen actually, but yeah, I think I would pass on corner, Tony, if I was the Vikings in the first round and go wide receiver. Because here's the thing, I've heard wide receiver is kind of one of those classes where there's not many great ones. I mean, there's some ones that could be diamonds in the rough for sure. But there's like 2 or 3 guys at the top. And then I think even after one, in my opinion, there's a drop off because I think Jackson Smith and the Jigba is number 1. You know, you could argue Zay Flowers, potentially number 2.
Addison.
Jordan Addison. Yeah. I know some people still like the TCU wide receiver. Is it Johnson?
Johnston.
Quentin Johnston. Yeah. I'm not a fan of him. I think he's going to be a bust. But that's my thought. Again, you can play this back in 5 years and show me I'm wrong. All right. But
yeah, there'll always be guys that prove us right and guys that prove us wrong. So you just never know. It takes a while for these guys to mature and kind of come into their own. But yeah, I don't disagree with you. I just think unless there's a guy that they're absolutely in love with at 23, I would prefer to almost see us move back just because we don't have a lot of picks. I mean, I'd like to see us accumulate some more picks. Lord knows we need a lot of holes to fill that need to be filled. So, especially on the defensive side of the ball. So I just say unless there's a guy that you cannot pass up on at 23, trade back, accumulate picks.
Yep. And Anthony Richardson's pretty happy, by the way, tweeting out #ForTheShoe for his Indianapolis fans now. I am intrigued to see what Indianapolis does this coming season, Tony. I don't know about you. I think with Anthony Richardson going there, and they have the offensive coordinator Shane Steichen as their new head coach from the Philadelphia Eagles. I think he was a more integral part to that offense than people think. I honestly don't know how good of a coach Nick Sirianni is. I mean, he's done pretty well so far, but Is that because of him, or was that because of the coordinators he's had? So that's something we'll have to find out. But I think Shane Steichen could really mold Anthony Richardson, and it could make the Colts dangerous. Maybe not this year, but the year after that, maybe. They know they needed a quarterback. They knew they needed a quarterback because they have Trevor Lawrence in the division, and they also found out C.J. Stroud's in the division. So, and there's the official pick from the Bears. Darnell Wright goes, by the way, before Peter Skoronski. Is that kind of interesting?
Surprises me, but they must have done their homework. And I mean, at the end of the day, I don't know. I take that back. I think Poles is terrible. No, we'll see what happens. It's the right positional move, though. I mean, they needed offensive line help. If they really believe in Justin Fields, they got to keep him upright. And they keep telling us in the division, all of us fans that are not Bears fans, they keep telling us that this guy is next level. He just needs weapons and time. So they're trying to give it to him, give him a little help on that offensive line.
Yeah. Yep. Let's see. What do we got? Peter Skoronski to the Titans. Will Levis is still there.
Wow.
Oh, boy.
You know what that means, Carson.
He's still not going to the Vikings. Got it.
Yeah. Wow. I bet Tennessee is happy. I mean, obviously, they must not be very high on Levis because they need a quarterback. So I don't know what they're really thinking there. But, that might be a bit more of an issue with Levis, which scares me a little bit. But that's a heck of a pick, for Tennessee. To my knowledge, Derrick Henry's still on the Titans team. So at this point, getting some offensive line help, they're planning on sticking with that road grader type offense. It's a good pick. It's a good pick for them.
Yep, it is. It is indeed. Yeah, now we're still waiting here for Larry from Bears Talk Underground to join us. He'll talk about the Bears pick, and then eventually tonight we're going to also get in Andrew from Lions Fan Report to talk about the Lions. Also, Caden from the Pack Only podcast to talk about the Packers. And I believe also, once the Steelers make their selection, we have Brian, right? That'll be joining us, Tony?
Yeah, Brian Henley from Big B Sports Talk. He'll be coming on in later after the Steelers take their pick. So we'll get his thoughts on, whoever the Steelers decide to bring into the steel curtain.
That's right.
Wow. Somebody, that same account we were on Twitter here just tweeted out, Titans are clearly tanking for Caleb Williams.
That's right. Maybe the Vikings should join that tanking and trade Kirk Cousins and trade the rest of the guys they were going to trade this offseason.
What, are just going to roll with Nick Mullins?
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, the problem is, and see, that's the tough thing about being a Vikings fan. And we've talked about this, I mean, until our faces were blue here, Carson. But the hard thing with the Vikings is that we are perennially mediocre, so we're never, or I should say very, very rarely is the Vikings organization bad enough where we have a really high draft pick. We're just always kind of okay enough where we don't get these really high draft picks. And, it's easy to get stuck in this kind of 500 zone. I mean, unless you're just willing to blow it up, I don't want to say purposefully, but almost to the point where you're like, you're probably not going to be real competitive for a season or two. That's really the only way you're able to build, or get a top tier quarterback. I'm not saying it's the only way, but you have a better chance of doing it. Let's put it that way.
Yeah.
So we'll see.
Yeah.
We'll see what happens. But yeah, Will Levis still on the board. I know Kevin O'Connell has. Sounds like he likes him. He thinks there's something there.
That same account that we follow, by the way, just tweeted out it's about to get very interesting.
Ooh.
And also, GM for the Cardinals, Monty Ossenfort, on if the Cardinals will be trading DeAndre Hopkins. I don't foresee that happening. Notice how he says doesn't foresee. We've heard that before from good old Rick Spielman.
Yeah. Right.
We have no intention to trade Percy Harvin. We are not trading Stephon Diggs.
Yeah.
Sure you're not. Sure you're not.
Well, that's where the price tags go up. You got to make this. You got to make it sound
That's
like
right.
you're not willing to give it up. So somebody's got to come up with a price that tantalizes you.
Yeah, that's right. Well, if you guys are joining us and if you haven't subscribed yet to the YouTube channel, please give us a subscription. Please give us a like on this video. Give us your thoughts in the comments section. Who do you think the Vikings should draft now that we're 11 picks deep? The Lions are back on the clock. We'll see if they trade again. I would laugh so hard if they go get Jackson Smith and the Jigba right in front of Green Bay. Oh, my gosh. I would laugh so hard.
Ooh.
That would be fantastic.
Yeah.
I wouldn't want him in the division, but I would rather have him in Detroit than Green Bay. Because I'm ready for the Packers to be bad for a while now. Hopefully. Please.
Well, I will say this, though. Who scares you more? This is probably a good question. Who scares you more, Carson? Jordan Love or Jared Goff?
Well, I don't know if we know enough about Jordan Love to say for sure, but
yeah,
I would say that it's probably Jared Goff at this point. Jordan Love eventually could overtake that and could very well overtake that this coming season.
Yeah.
But let's see what else. Jahmyr Gibbs to the Lions. Wow.
Well, I thought there was some smoke with Bijan if he were to fall far enough. I thought Bijan could have potentially ended up in Detroit. So I'm not surprised that Gibbs goes to Detroit. They can get out of this stupid cycle that they've been in with Swift, trying to figure out when is this guy going to be healthy? Is he ever going to be healthy? Obviously, Jameson Williams, or not Jameson Williams. Who am I thinking of? Who's the guy that went off and played? He's playing in New Orleans now.
Jamal Williams.
Williams. So they lose Jamal Williams. He goes to New Orleans. So they needed a running back. So, I mean, it's a good pick. Interesting that they picked him there. They must be really high on him. I think, again, we've seen now 2 running backs go in the top 15 picks. That's that's pretty high for the running back position at this point.
Yeah. Wow. That is shocking. 2 running backs. I don't think anybody, at least not any mock drafts that I saw, Tony, had 2 running backs going this quickly. That is insane. But who knows? The Lions' offense gets even better, and who knows? They could either go corner, or they have another pick yet. They could go corner with that pick, or they could even eating, drinking man. There he is. They're going him. And with the 13th pick, the Packers select Will Levis.
Yeah, right. Oh my goodness, that would be crazy.
Wouldn't that be something?
That would be wild.
And then Jordan Love is traded the very next moment.
To the Vikings.
But you know what? Will Levis somehow gets to gets to the Patriots pick. Would they go with Will Levis?
I think they like Mac Jones. I think they like Jones.
Okay.
I'm not saying they wouldn't take him. I'm not saying that that's
Yeah.
a reason not to take him, but I mean, maybe for Levis's sake, it almost, I don't know, though. You know, he doesn't necessarily seem like the type that is going to love the Belichick way. But, you know, you never know.
Yeah. Yeah, that's pretty crazy.
Well, let's see. Let's see. What do we got? What do we got? Anything new? Jalen Carter. We got Jason Kelsey loves the Jalen Carter pick. Oh boy. Yeah, I mean, we'll see what happens. I think the probably likelier spot for Levis is Washington. I think you are right in that assessment. I think Washington's probably a spot where I could see Levis going. They certainly need to figure out what they're going to do at the quarterback spot. So we'll see. Yeah, we'll see. We will certainly see what happens there. Ha! The running back position is back. I see that tweeted out here. Yeah, well, good for the Lions. Good for the Lions. I think that's a good pick for them. Like I said, I thought maybe Bijan would end up there, but Gibbs is a good pick.
Are we a reflection of our places in life, or are they reflections of us?
Yeah. Packers are on the clock now.
Well, the Packers I think ideally need some skill position help. I mean, I know they're getting Aaron Jones back on a restructured deal, but he's only going to have so much tread left on the tire. I'm not saying they're going to go running back here. I think if Gibbs or Bijan would have been there, maybe, but I could see them going wide receiver here. I don't think the defense is really a problem for Green Bay, so I could see receiver. I don't know how good they are at the center position. Carson, you have any insight on how they are at the center position?
I want to say they have Josh Myers, but I'm not entirely sure.
Because I think you've got two really good centers still on the board. So they could go if they need some O-line help. Obviously, you've got a quarterback now that isn't Brett Favre or Aaron Rodgers. So you're going to have to play the game like the rest of the teams now, which means you got to give them time. You can't just let him work magic.
Yeah.
I mean, unless Love is this guy that we just haven't heard about, that is going to be this next Hall of Fame quarterback, which I highly doubt. He's going to have to be amongst the rest of the general population of quarterbacks.
Oh, wow. The Packers are getting Lucas Van Ness from Iowa.
Okay.
Dang it.
All right.
Dang it. An Iowa guy to the Packers. I always hate when that happens. But in other news, the Cleveland Browns tweeted out, got our guy, and put a little video of Deshaun Watson on their Twitter. So there you go.
That's good. Good for them. I mean, that's
there
insane.
You go.
But yeah, good for
Packers
them.
Draft Van Ness. Go ahead.
Yeah, that's a good pick. It's a good pick for Green Bay. I mean, of course, as a Vikings fan, I don't like it because I think he's going to be a good player. I think he's a good disruptor. He reminds me of a guy that, high motor guy, a guy that's going to fly around. And I mean, I hate to say it, but I'm not saying he's like another Clay Matthews type, but, similar in the very aggressive type of play. If he pans out, he's going to be a good player. So,
And the Packers, once again, screw their quarterback by not getting a skill position.
yeah, well, isn't that the truth? I mean, it is, again, like, you got this experiment now with Jordan Love. And again, the defense wasn't really the problem. And I get Van Ness is a good pick. He's a good player, but it's not. I know they always say you shouldn't draft for need, but it's like you do kind of need to draft for need. I mean, you can't just take players because they're good. Otherwise, you're going to end up fully overstocked with good players at a position that you don't need. So, yeah, I mean, I don't know. I personally think this has been my assessment since the whole Rodgers trade started to play out. My assessment has been, I think the Packers are really playing for next year. And I'm not saying they're not going to try. I just mean, I think they're going to see how this year goes with Jordan Love. But with how good this next year's quarterback class is, I think they probably think, look, if Jordan Love pans out, phenomenal. We're in a great spot. But if he doesn't, we're going to set ourselves up for picking one of these really good quarterbacks next year. And I think that's why they were really looking for capital from the Jets for next year more than they were this year. So, I guess it sticks with the theme. That maybe they're, again, looking more forward to next year versus trying to really succeed with the current roster.
Yeah, it's an interesting pick for Green Bay. Again, hate Iowa guys going to the Packers, but it's the way it is, I guess.
The way it is. Yeah, good for them. Good pick. I hate the Packers, but good for them.
Good for the hatred of the Packers.
That's right. Yeah, now who does New England go with? That's the question. Personally, I think maybe they go Gonzalez.
The comp here, by the way, from Daniel Jeremiah is another Packer, Rashawn Gary.
Oh, okay. All right. Yeah, I think what do the Pats do here? Do they go Gonzalez, maybe?
Will Levis, no. They could go Gonzalez, or they could even go with JSN here.
Sure.
I don't know, but Bill Belichick always Bill Belichick, so who knows?
Yeah, and he loves that defense, man. I honestly think that he doesn't mind winning games 16-10.
And the Steelers have traded up with the Patriots.
Okay. Wow.
You know what I think? I think the Steelers, knowing the Jets are picking next, are going to trade up for JSN.
Oh, yeah. You don't want to give Aaron Rodgers that top-tier wide receiver talent. It could be.
And Rodgers still won't get his wide receiver.
That's right.
Even though they have Garrett Wilson and they have Alan Lazard there.
See, the Packers all over again. Got Gutekunst over there in New York, drafting these defensive players. No, I tell you, I mean, the Jets the Jets defense is amazing. So I would, unless there's a guy they love, I would be surprised if they go defense. But yeah, there we go. Well, we might have a crowded room here in a little bit, Carson. If we get all of our guests between the Bears, the Lions, and the Steelers.
Yeah, it sounds like Larry's been having trouble trying to get in. He's been having some trouble with the link and trying to get his camera and mic set up. So I did send a link out to Caden with the pack only pod. So we'll see if Caden can join us here.
Sure. Yeah, absolutely.
But
Yeah, Brian's
yeah,
good to go.
do you think that the Steelers would go wide receiver again? They did get Allen Robinson. They still do have Deontay Johnson. They still have what's the other wide receiver they got? I gotta think.
I feel like there's
George
another one I'm not
Pickens.
thinking of. What's that?
Yeah, they just drafted George Pickens last year.
Oh yeah. There you go.
Brian, is he coming on here too pretty quick?
I gave him the link. I just said, he can join sometime after the Steelers pick to give us his thoughts. So he'll join us whenever.
Yeah, so maybe they won't go and get another wide receiver. They do have a pretty decent room, but who knows? Maybe they want to get another wide receiver. Maybe they're looking at offensive line. Their offensive line still could use some work. I mean, they have Mason Cole as their starting center right now.
Wow. Steelers select Georgia tackle Broderick Jones.
Broderick Jones. I just said offensive line. There you go.
Yeah. So that's it. Yeah, you know what? Another solid pick, but there's been a run on
the tackles are pretty much all gone.
Yeah. Between Jones, who went earlier was
Darnell Wright, Peter Skoronski, and Paris Johnson.
Yep, there you go. Yep.
Went to the Steelers. Okay.
Wow. Yeah.
All right. Looks like we did get Larry in the building here. Larry,
hey.
How you doing? Other than our the technical difficulties, glad you're in, man.
Yeah, I'm beyond frustrated at this point. I've never had so much technical things go wrong in such a short period of time. Just wanting to do a simple drop-in on the show that you were kind enough to invite me to. So, yeah, I'm sitting here pounding on my table and everything. I've missed the last 4 picks in the draft. I have no idea what happened after the Bears picked because I was trying to jump on right after the Bears made the pick. So it's a frustrating situation.
Yeah. Well, hey, we appreciate your efforts for getting here. But Tony, what were you going to say?
Well, do you want us to catch you up?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I got a text from my buddy said the Lions pick was kind of iffy for, I guess, the future of David Montgomery. So did they take that running back from Alabama at number 12? What happened?
They did. So
wow.
Yep. So Peter Skoronski went to the Titans right after the Bears pick.
Okay.
Lions got Jahmyr Gibbs.
Right.
And the Packers
went to Green Bay.
Yep, took Lucas Van Ness, and now Broderick Jones goes to the Steelers. So
to run
now,
yeah,
that's right. And now we've got Caden as well from the Pack Only podcast. We've got almost the entire NFC North here in this stream right now. So, but before we get to Caden's thoughts on the Packers' selection of Lucas Van Ness, yet another draft the Packers don't get a first-round wide receiver. We'll talk more about that soon here, Caden. But let's hear your thoughts, Larry, on Darnell Wright to the Bears. Obviously, that was one of the big needs for the Bears coming into this draft. What do you think of the pick?
Well, I love the pick, actually. Darnell Wright was somebody who was kind of mocked to the Bears, maybe not at 9 or even 10, actually, but like you started to hear the name Darnell Wright a lot more when the rumor of the Bears possibly trading back to 17 with the Steelers. To like if the Steelers traded up to 9 to get Jalen Carter and the Bears dropped to 17, that was going to be the guy that would still be there at 17 would be Darnell Wright. And I've been hearing more and more that they just love Darnell Wright. And it kind of answers 2 questions for us: who our right tackle is, Darnell Wright, and will Braxton Jones still be our left tackle this season? I guess drafting a right tackle is a resounding yes that Braxton Jones is going to stay put.
Yeah. Yeah, I like the pick. It sounds like he was one of the top 3 tackles there. And I think I've really liked what the Bears have done this offseason, and that's not fun for us to say, obviously. But I really like what the Bears have done. Now the question becomes, how much of an improvement will it make in the win-loss column?
Yeah.
That's the next question with this division. I'm still a believer that the Detroit Lions are going to win this division in 23, which we'll hear from a Lions guy here in a while. But um, I just really like the Lions roster. Obviously, the Jamison Williams 6-game suspension hurts a little bit, but um, I'm still on the Lions for 2023. I think the Vikings still have too much rebuilding to do. I know, Tony. I know. I'm just trying to be realistic here, okay? That's one of the things I strive for. I love the Vikings, obviously, but I try to be realistic. So, but
I mean,
based on the things that the Lions have done and the roster they've put together, I like what they've done. So, go ahead, Tony.
well, I was just gonna say, I mean, if the last 10 days has taught us anything, the Lions are going to lion. I mean, they're all of a sudden betting on, they're doing parlays on FanDuel. I mean, what's going on?
Yeah.
So, look, at the end of the day, I don't disagree with you. I think Detroit's going to be a good team. I just think that there still needs to be some growth there. I think the loss of Williams in the backfield. I know they're getting Gibbs, but like that matters.
Ooh.
And not to like go like cross intersport here, but it reminds me of my Timberwolves, where you've got Patrick Beverly who leaves, or we essentially gets traded away. And even though he's not necessarily one of the stars of the team, kind of the heart and soul of the Timberwolves lineup. And we saw how that looked this year. I think you get rid of a guy like Williams, and he was a kind of an emotional leader for that offense. So we'll see what happens. You still got to play the games, and everybody has to stay healthy. I'm not saying that the Vikings are like going to run away with it. I'm not ready to crown the Lions quite yet.
Well, we got some breaking news. DeAndre Swift is being traded from the Lions, which isn't too surprising. But there is no for sure. I'm just seeing from the ML football account that we follow, and they've been accurate on everything all night, that DeAndre Swift is on the move. No official team yet, but he is going to be on the move somewhere at some point this evening. And the Lions are just about to be on the clock, so does that lead you to believe they traded him to Washington? Or maybe the Jets, but they have Breece Hall coming back, so wouldn't think that, but maybe it's somebody else entirely. I don't know.
Coming off an
But
yeah,
it's true.
Yeah.
But any other thoughts on the Bears offseason from you, Larry?
Well, we had the number 1 pick for a cup of coffee, and while I was home visiting the family, for my birthday back in March, I made the wise decision not to bring any podcast gear with me, because it would be free agency where the Bears have a ton of money to spend. And then literally the Friday before I left to come back, they make the trade with Carolina. And of course it was exciting. We made the trade. We got 2 first-rounders next year. We got 2 second-rounders in 25. But DJ Moore was the cherry on top. That's what made me really excited about the trade, moving down to 9, giving up the number 1 pick, was DJ Moore, which is an immediate return, as opposed to the picks we won't see until 2024 and 2025 that we also won't be able to make a judgment on until like 2-3 years down the line. We can find out about DJ Moore and how he's going to help right away, and it gives Justin Fields that surefire number 1 guy we wouldn't have been able to get any other way. So, I mean, it was just a move that I loved from the jump. And as soon as I saw the picks, it was like, the picks are great, but that DJ Moore, sweetener at the end of it, that was good stuff.
Yeah.
I loved all that. So, and I love the fact that Poles didn't make the same mistakes that Ryan Pace did in basically throwing money at whoever he wanted to have join the team. Ryan Pace, his aggression was his worst. It was his worst enemy. Giving up draft picks to move up to get his guy, throwing money at people to just get him to come join the team and everything ended up being his downfall. I mean, Ryan Poles shows he's cool, he's calm, he's collected. He's not going to overextend himself. He's not going to give Mike McGlinchey $19 million a season when just because Denver offered him an extra million or whatever to join the team and things like that. He signed guys that wanted to be in Chicago as opposed to somebody who was just looking for a paycheck.
Yeah. I've been pretty impressed with what they've been able to do, and I agree with you. I thought the way they approached having the first pick, trading out of that pick with Carolina, that whole deal. It was good. I mean, certainly they're going to set themselves up for success. I mean, obviously the biggest question for the Bears, like most teams, unless you're a team that's got Patrick Mahomes or Joe Burrow or any of those other guys, is Justin Fields the guy for the next 10 years, right?
Yeah.
And I think the good thing is with what they're doing, and I think this speaks to your point, is they're going to give him the most opportunity or the best opportunity as they possibly can. And they've set themselves up where if it doesn't seem to be working out, they still have a lot of capital to, figure out that position. So I'm not saying I'm out on Fields. I think we need to give him a shot. I think we've seen enough here and there where I think there's potential. He just needs a team around him. So they're trying to do it.
Will McDonald the fourth to the Jets.
Oh.
Ooh,
That's
okay.
interesting.
Okay.
I mean, the Jets got Aaron Rodgers a weapon, unlike the Packers.
That's right, Garrett Wilson. Yeah.
And Jigba's still on the board.
Yeah.
Yep. Yes, he is.
Yeah.
We got David, former contributor and currently has his own show, Skol's State of Mind, joining us here this evening. Welcome, David. We are talking with two gentlemen right now from the Pack Only podcast, Caden and Larry from Bears Talk Underground, here on the Skol Purple Podcast live draft party stream thing, whatever thing you know what I'm talking. You know what I'm saying. Anything else, Larry, you want to mention about the Bears? Otherwise, we'll probably have Caden talk about the Packers, and we'd love to hear your thoughts too, Larry, if you want to give your thoughts on the Packers as well.
No, man, I'm good. I'm just I'm excited that draft day is finally here. We can start answering these questions because this is probably one of the most wide open drafts. Just as far as we knew Carolina traded up to 1 to get a quarterback, and then the draft started at 2, and we saw that tonight. The Texans, even though the rumor said they weren't going to get a quarterback, drafted a quarterback and then traded up to 3 to get the best defensive player on the board on top of it. So it's just been a wild night, and I'm excited we're finally getting to it. No more mock drafts after this. It's all about what happened as opposed to what could happen.
The kid that's making the pick for the Jets looks like he might be related to Zach Wilson, but I think he's actually a Make-A-Wish kid. But
he's older than Zach Wilson, isn't
he? Larry, we actually didn't tell you.
That's right.
We didn't tell you this, Larry. When we have all you guys on, we're actually going to do a 2024 mock draft.
Oh,
That's right.
The
mock drafting's done.
My favorite thing about the too soon 2024 mock draft is that it automatically assumes how the season's going to pan out, and it'll probably put the Bears in the top 10 or something like that, and whatnot, and so it's those are always fun. Be like, the Bears are going to be awful again, so they'll be picking 7th in the first round or something like that. So
yeah, right, exactly.
Man, he's really hyping up the crowd.
Yeah, he's excited.
And he's milking his 15 minutes.
Oh yeah.
He is hyped. My gosh. Wow.
Out already, you little bastard. Let's get on with it.
We still got 2 more hours to go.
Yeah. Well, Caden, thanks for joining us as well. Larry, you're welcome to hang out for a little bit if you want, or if you've got things to do, go ahead. But let's get Caden's thoughts on the Packers here. I thought the Packers were going to go. I shouldn't say it. I
Don't
thought
say it.
maybe they would go wide receiver and get JSN, but they said nope. We're going to continue the tradition of not drafting a first round wide receiver. I can't talk. So, what are your thoughts on Lucas Van Ness? I'm mad that another Hawkeye is a Packer, but go ahead.
Well, I think we talked about it. He'll probably be a really good player for the Packers, but I throughout the whole night going on, I was like, my dream pick for the Packers would be them selecting Jackson Smith and Jigba, and I was just hoping, and I was just like, oh, all these things have to go the right way. And I did think that, oh yeah, well, if he gets picked, then there's still a lot of other good options out there on the board. And I did have it previously stated I was like perfectly fine. I thought if Jackson Smith and Jigba wasn't going to be there, I perfectly expected them to draft Lucas Van Ness or Broderick Jones or someone around those lines, because I still think it's a really big, hopeful pick just in general, based on the fact that we kind of do need help defensively for D end, because Rashawn Gary is coming off an ACL injury, and we don't really know how well he's going to look coming off of that. So I feel like this is more or less a security blanket there. But at the same time, I was so deep into the big part of the dream that maybe the Packers finally do it. And how ironically funny would it be that the pick they get when trading Aaron Rodgers would be the pick that they select a wide receiver finally. But no, my dreams were crushed and thrown to pieces into the garbage. And nothing against Lucas Van Ness, but I know most of the fan base really wanted Jackson Smith and Jigba, and surprisingly still up there on the board. So maybe the Packers could possibly trade up, but knowing the team, they probably won't. But anyway, I still think he's a really solid pick for this team, and we'll probably hop out of town. But yeah.
Could Washington get him now?
No,
and pair him up?
Washington, the pick is in. Washington has taken cornerback Emmanuel Forbes.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Whoa. Christian Gonzalez is still there. Oh, my gosh.
Yeah. Yep. In a stunner. And Will Levis continues his descent into the Vikings organization, it looks like.
You guys,
which I don't know if I'm that excited about.
Get drafted by the Vikings?
Look, there's been a lot of smoke about KOC liking Levis and probably feeling like being able to get him in the building and sit behind Cousins for a year, that he can do something with him. So it might happen.
I thought you guys were really going to go ahead and trade up and probably get Anthony Richardson. I felt like he was going to be a quarterback that would fit really well into the Vikings offensive system. But
I think that was a possibility. After the Texans took, or after the Texans took the third pick with Arizona, it was dead at that point.
Yeah, that was I can't believe that still happened. That was crazy.
Yeah, but I'm really surprised the Titans didn't take. I thought the Titans would take Levis at 11. That's where I thought he was going to go.
That's what I thought also too. I'm surprised they took Peter Skoronski out of Northwestern. I mean, we heard all the rumors and reports about how they didn't like Malik Willis and they were kind of like giving up on him. So maybe those reports were wrong, but hey.
Yeah. Before you came on, Caleb, this was my take on the Packers and where I see their ultimate like midterm to long-term vision is that I think they feel like they're going to let this season roll with Love, kind of see what they have in Jordan Love. Not to say that they're going to tank. I just mean, I think they're going to give it a good shot. And I think they know that next year's quarterback crop is very, very good. So I think that's why they were really pushing the Jets for draft capital for next year. And I personally think that they probably look at this as a win-win. If Love pans out and he looks like the guy of the future, great. If he sucks and the team isn't great, they go up and they still can grab one of these phenomenal quarterbacks next year. That's where I see the Packers right now. So I'm not saying that they shouldn't have taken JSN. I think that would have been the right pick to make, in my opinion. But maybe there's part of it that's like, well, we're not going to like spend capital on an offense where we think maybe not with this quarterback.
I mean, I still have a lot of hope in Jordan Love, but I do kind of see that as a point because I feel like that was the whole point of selecting him in the first place as a security blanket also for Aaron Rodgers in case. I mean, because if you look at when the Packers are selecting Love, I mean, Rodgers during that 2019 season was not like, I mean, he had 2 games in which he was really good, and everything else throughout the rest of the season was like, okay, this is starting to look like a downturn, and you're kind of directing down to where it's like quarterback mediocrity. And then when we selected him, it was kind of like, okay, if Aaron Rodgers continues to aim in the direction where he's playing, we have Jordan Love, but that didn't happen. So I think that's a very interesting take. I'd be interested in how that goes, but I just feel like with all the people, I mean, I know people are saying that the Packers are going to suck, and I hear that a lot from, I don't know if Larry knows this, but I'm from the Chicagoland area. And so a lot of my friends are Bears fans. And even when the Packers just selected Lucas Van Ness, I got a whole bunch of messages saying, oh, the Packers messed up big time not taking a receiver. The Packers suck at drafting and blah, blah, blah. And so I've been hearing it constantly about, oh, this team's going to suck this upcoming season. But I feel like there's a slight chance that maybe they don't suck, and maybe there's some chance that they pull up some offsets. I mean, because technically they still have a pretty decent team. I mean, Aaron Jones is still a top 10 running back. AJ Dillon's a great secondary, like ridiculous runner. You have Christian Watson and Romeo Doubs, who are starting to look like really number 1 and really number 2 wide receivers on the team. I guess tight end you could say is an issue. That O-line is still really good and is healthy. I mean, I know David's probably sad that his favorite QB is gone, but I don't think that would change that much. And not also to mention, I still think the defense is pretty solid except for free safety and strong safety. And not also, then the final thing is that we actually have a special teams, as Carson knows, especially against what happened with Keyshawn Nixon against the Vikings in week 17. So
yeah, shut up.
I think this team could be a surprise underdog and maybe potentially win 9 to 10 games. That's my hopeful fan inside of me. But at the same time, I would kind of be perfectly fine. My high hopes are maybe 9 to 8 games, but knowing realistically, they'll probably win like 6 or 7.
Caden,
And that's being modest, but
are you ready for the Packers to be 4th in the NFC North?
that's not.
I'm
that's
just
not
asking.
It's not.
I'm just asking.
It's not happening.
Larry, what do you think? Do you think the Packers could finish 4th?
I don't know. I can't put anything past Green Bay because we thought that the
Yeah.
terror was over when they handed the reins over to Rodgers, and here we are 16 years later. Now finally getting rid of him once and for all. So I don't know.
What a steal for the Patriots, Christian Gonzalez to New England.
Oh, he'll fit right into that Bill Belichick system.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I know that you went a little under the radar there. You posted it out there, Carson, but yeah, Christian Gonzalez going to the Patriots. Caleb, as you mentioned, it's a solid pick. Solid pick, especially for a team that really predicates itself on a strong defense. And like I said, Belichick has no qualms winning games 16 to 10.
Oh, not a single problem at all.
Could the Vikings somehow get Jackson Smith and the Jigba, Tony? Can you imagine?
No,
Can you
we're not going to speak that
imagine?
into existence. No.
Please.
I don't want that
speak
to
it
happen. I don't want to have to go
existence.
against Justin Jefferson and Jackson Smith and Jigba twice this season. No, that's not happening.
Oh, man, that would be so sweet. And don't forget TJ Hawkinson. So, I don't know. That sounds pretty great to me.
Maybe the Lions take Jackson Smith and Jigba right here, though. They are on the clock.
Caden, I actually thought they might do that with their first pick just to spite the Packers and say,
that's what I thought they were going to do, too. But taking a running back at 12 was just...
That was crazy.
That was out of, nowhere. I didn't even think the guy they selected was even going to go in the first round. I thought he was going to be more of a day 2 second rounder guy. But
yep.
They thought, I mean, we saw the video. I mean, Dan Campbell was really excited, and everyone in that room was very hyped up. But dang,
Yeah.
oh look, poor Will Levis sitting in the green room, just sliding.
Oh my
down.
gosh, he's gonna be there for the Vikings too. Oh my gosh. Oh, they're gonna get him. They're gonna get him. I just have that feeling. But yeah, I don't know. I feel like one of these teams ahead of the Vikings has to take JSN here, don't you? Like
Yeah,
the
I mean,
Ravens are ahead of them.
I feel like the upcoming. I mean, if the Lions don't take him here, I mean, I don't know specifically the Bucks need. I don't think the Seahawks really need wide receiver. I mean, this draft has just seemed very like strange. You
Well, all
know?
of a sudden, Tampa Bay looks like the spot for Will Levis.
Oh, that would be.
Could
I mean,
be.
they have Baker Mayfield though, so
Yeah, but they have Baker Mayfield on his fourth team in 2 years, so it's
yeah.
The Browns gave up on him, the Panthers gave up on him, the Rams aren't bringing him back. He's in Tampa Bay, so I mean it's they don't have long-term plans. I think they only signed up to a 1-year deal, so drafting Will Levis would make sense.
I mean,
Yeah.
Yeah. It's just,
Yeah.
do the Bucks really want to think that deeply, or do they want to say, hey, let's just select someone defensively and then kind of suck for the next year? Because as Carson stated, the quarterback draft class next year for the 2024 draft is going to be pretty good.
See, here's the thing I'll say about that draft class next year. I do think it'll be pretty good, the top two guys, but I don't know anything more about the quarterbacks after that. Like you got you got Drake May, and then you got Caleb Williams, right? So
yeah,
those are the top two. But then after that, it's like, do we know any more about some of these quarterbacks? The only two for sure prospects I'm like hearing about are those two guys for next year. Maybe you guys have some other names, but it's going to be very interesting to see what the Vikings do if both Hendon Hooker and Will Levis are on the board, and somehow JSN is still on the board. I'm going to be very interested to see what happens here. This is going to be interesting, gentlemen. It's going to be interesting.
Anybody else keeping a running tally on iced out medallions that our draft picks are wearing tonight?
yeah.
Yeah. That NIL money, baby. That NIL money. I was saying earlier to Drew Harrison, who was on, and then Tony, obviously, I was saying, and before the NIL money was legal, it was going under the table. So
yeah,
that's.
I think every common person kind of knew that.
Yeah.
Just didn't really want to state the obvious. Oh, the Lions pick is in.
And who did they pick? Let's see. Jack Campbell. Wow. They went with Jack Campbell. Two Iowa guys in the first 20 picks. What?
Yeah.
I would like to know what the Lions are on right now. This is their picks are surprising as hell.
Well, I mean, Campbell's not best player available on the board either. That's what makes it even more.
And I'm an Iowa guy, and I agree with you. I'm an Iowa guy, and I agree with you, Larry. Wow, what are the Lions doing? Unbelievable. Jack Campbell to the Lions, Tony. Can you believe it?
Yeah, I had to send that pick in. That's where I went. I told him not to take JSN, so that was where I was.
Okay, I'm going to need you to go and do that for the next 4 picks, please. 5?
Right. Oh, my goodness. Yeah, it's a surprise one. I mean, he's a good player. But it is a little bit of a head scratcher. I don't know. Like I said, Lions are going to line.
Dan Campbell just wanted another Campbell in the room. Let's be honest.
Yeah, that's probably it.
I mean, to be honest
Oh,
with you,
wow.
that pick is reminiscent of the Van Ness pick for the Packers. In a way where it's a solid pick. I do feel like there's other players they could have taken.
I
But,
think this was more of a reach than Lucas Van Ness, though. I'm not
I
gonna
Oh,
lie.
yeah, no, for sure.
I agree. Yeah.
Yeah, I think Van Ness was pretty much a for sure first round pick. I think Campbell, most people would have said day 2 or maybe late round 1.
Yeah.
But I think even late round 1 might be a stretch for Jack Campbell. I love Jack Campbell. I think he's going to be a solid NFL player, but not in the first round.
Do you think that about every Iowa player, Carson? I mean, 'cause
No, I did not think that about any Iowa quarterback ever. So there you go. And I usually don't think that about many of the wide receivers that Iowa has. You always hope for the best, right? But
What about those Iowa tight ends, though? I mean, they're
Yeah.
like a tight end
tight
factory.
end you, baby.
yeah.
Tight end you.
Freaking
I
tight
like
end
Sam
factory.
Laporta. I know you probably find that shocking. Sam Laporta. Maybe the Packers will draft him.
Yeah, they freaking trade back up into the first round to take a tight end. I think everyone in this fan base is going to throw a fit. That Pittsburgh
Well,
is out.
I
Pittsburgh's out
had
of the goody.
heard, Caden, that the Packers were going to try and trade back in the first round before the draft. Before the draft, I heard they were going to try and trade back from 13 and try and get one of those top-tier tight ends. But obviously that wasn't the case.
Well, there's a few out there. I mean, there's a few great tight end options
They're
out there.
still out there.
All of them
Yeah.
are still out there. They
Yeah.
haven't tight end taken yet.
I just think there's so many that it's like, do you need to stick your hand in the cookie jar yet? I mean, they're still all there. I don't think you really need to start picking one until it's like someone else starts doing it. It's like first come, first serve.
Yeah, it's kind of like going into your office fantasy draft and that first person that takes a quarterback, and then all of a sudden
Oh.
everybody starts.
Yeah, exactly. Like, we're gonna have a run.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. Yeah, we'll see what happens. I will say, interesting that Gonzalez fell as far as he did. That one is still. I know we already talked about it a little bit, but boy, I'm surprised. And for Washington to take Forbes over Gonzalez, because a lot of mocks, especially early on, had Forbes going to the Vikings, and I kind of had my issues with Forbes where I was like, I don't really know. There's some red flags there for me. And maybe I'm just jaded because the Vikings haven't had a really great history of drafting corners, especially in the first round. But that was an interesting one to me. I don't know what Washington did, or what kind of homework they had that would have had them pick Forbes over Gonzalez. But I'm sure the Patriots are happy. It certainly seems like they are.
Yeah. Yeah, you would think, by the way, back to the Lions, you have to trade DeAndre Swift, don't you? Like, I mean, they have David Montgomery now, and they've got Jahmyr Gibbs. How do you not trade DeAndre Swift? Like, how? Why would you keep all three of those running backs could start for a few teams in the league at least, and yeah, I don't know what the Lions are doing, but I think you are very correct, Tony. The Lions are lioning right now.
I can tell you what the Buccaneers are doing. Pick is in for the Buccaneers. Buccaneers select defensive tackle Kalijah Cansey.
Ooh,
That's a interesting thing. Dang.
Kalijah Cansey. And that ML football account also tweeted out, oh boy, it's about to get very interesting.
What is it? You gotta spill the beans.
Maybe
right?
Seattle.
Who knows? Will Levis is still there for the Vikings.
I mean, look, if you buy into all of the jostling and the positioning that you've heard over the last week, if you believe in the Will Levis hype, then I think you'd be excited. If you believe in all of the detractors, then it's probably a horrible selection. The answer is probably somewhere in the middle, which is we don't know. We don't know what we're going to get out of this guy. And I'm not saying he's going to the Vikings. I just mean any team, regardless, whether it was Levis or Richardson, both of those guys, in my opinion, now I'd rather have Richardson, but both of those guys, in my opinion, they need to sit. They need to sit and they need to be able to learn. They're both projects. So the one thing I worry about with Richardson and Indy is it sounds like he'll be the guy, right? I mean, I don't know who else they have in that quarterback room, and I don't know if that's a great situation for a guy that is a project. What's that?
Gardner Minshew, they signed him to a 1-year deal.
Minshew, yeah, Minshew mania, yeah. So, and honestly, as it might sound silly to some, it would make sense for them to roll with Minshew. I mean, for the development of Richardson, they at least should try to roll with Minshew, unless A-Rich comes in and he just looks insane and it's a Russell Wilson type scenario. If you remember, when he went and got drafted by Seattle, they had, I think, signed, what was it, Matt Flynn from Green Bay to start, and then Wilson came into training camp and basically just beat him out for the job.
And more importantly, Nick Foles is still on the roster in Indianapolis. So.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. So I just, regardless, those guys need just those two in particular to me were definitely projects. And they'd be best served to go to an organization where they can sit and hopefully have a good coaching staff around them. So as much as I'm not super high on Levis, if we did end up taking him, you believe in the staff and the homework that they did, and hopefully he sits for a year and figures it out.
Well, there was a report. I don't know if Larry and Caden or Tony, if any of you guys saw this in the last week or two, that the NFL as a whole was down on this year's wide receiver class, and that's come to fruition so far.
Yeah, 20.
No receivers.
No one's been
Yeah.
Yeah, that's surprising to me. I mean, it's somewhat surprising. I would have thought we would have seen JSN leave, come off the board at this point, but I'm not that surprised. I thought maybe Addison might have gone around to where the Vikings are picking, if not to the Vikings. Now I didn't love that pick either, but
yeah. So the Vikings are going to have lots of options. It looks like. Man, I'm very interested to see now what Seattle does here. They aren't going to go corner again. They've got Tariq Woolen and Devin Witherspoon now. So there's no way they go corner again, right?
Who knows?
I think they maybe go offensive line, but I don't know if there's really anybody there.
I mean, you could go Broderick Jones, I believe.
No, he got taken by the Steelers.
Oh, he got taken. Okay, well then.
Yeah.
Yep.
How do you guys like the Cansey pick? Do you guys like the I like the Cansey pick for Tampa. Granted, I mean, I don't know. That team has been.
I liked Kalijah a lot. Obviously undersized. Everybody talks about that, but that's easy to fix. I mean, he's going to an NFL weight room. He's going to NFL nutritionist to get him as much calories as he needs. So I think he's. I'm not going to say he's going to be Aaron Donald because that's way too high of expectation, but I think he's got very high potential. But we'll see. We'll see.
That's actually what happened to me. I don't know if you knew about that, Carson.
You became Aaron Donald?
No. I got with the NFL trainers, and then they gave me all the calories I need, as you can see. So.
Well, that's not what happened to me, but I still got my calories. So
yeah, they overdid it. I can I'm just training for this swimming marathon. I basically am Michael Phelps without all the swimming, is what it is. Just the eating. Yep.
There you go. Yeah, it's going to be interesting. I think the Vikings may have made a good decision here and just waiting to see what happens. I mean, obviously, if Anthony Richardson turns into being a stud, then the debate can go on. But I don't know. I don't know what your guys' thoughts are on the Vikings. Maybe you don't care, but we had talked about earlier that the Vikings maybe did try and move up for one of those quarterbacks, and they were shot down because they didn't have an early pick. Like the Texans, they traded back, and then they traded back up. So, yeah, are they traded up after trading back? Or they took so they took C.J. Stroud. Let me get this right. Then they traded with the Cardinals. The Cardinals traded back to 12. So, like, if the Vikings wanted to trade with the Cardinals, that would have been another 11 spots,
Yeah,
you know?
yeah.
So, I don't think the Cardinals wanted to go back that far. And so the Vikings could have given them a good offer, but it wasn't good enough in regards to, okay, well, that's still too far down for us to trade down in this first round.
Well, in my opinion, it was if the Vikings were going to try to make a move like that, it was probably going to take packaging a player or two, and that's where I thought you could have seen Dalvin Cook, Zadarius Smith potentially come into play with some of this. But if you're not, they're not going to be takers, as you mentioned, Carson. You're sitting at 23. You got these other teams that are willing to move up, and they're, half of the way right up the draft board. It's gonna be tough. So plus, the Vikings don't have a lot of capital as it is. They have 5 picks, so you gotta you're a little bit strapped for cash, if you know what I mean.
Someone's trying to trade back into the first round. I'm reading.
Please be my team.
Could
Please
it be
my
the
team.
Packers? Could it be the Bears? Could it be the Lions?
I think we're too far back to trade back into the first round. If we still had 32 overall, but thanks to the Chase Claypool trade, we don't. But if we did, I would say, yeah, I could see us packaging, one of those picks and moving up into the last 10 or so picks of the first round to go and get somebody. But our next pick is 53. I just think we're too far back to without it costing too much to move our way back in. Ryan Poles would have to be absolutely in love with somebody to do that, and I don't think anybody's on the board that he couldn't just wait for.
Yeah,
Seahawks are going to run out of time.
I mean, Ryan Poles has been cooking up a lot of good trades and a lot of good signings recently. I mean, he could do anything.
Yeah, but he's also been very conservative, while being aggressive at the same time and pulling the trigger on the deal. He's been trading back and acquiring more assets as opposed to Ryan Pace, who would give up the farm to move up. So he's the opposite of Ryan Pace. He wants to build something. Ryan Pace wanted to win right now. And, it didn't work out for him. So Ryan Poles is in this thing for the long haul, which is what made last year kind of endurable for us as a fan base. We knew we were going to have a full slate of picks. We knew we were going to have, oodles and oodles of money in free agency to go out and make something happen, which is why going 3-14 wasn't as painful as it normally would be for just about any fan base. We knew that we had an opportunity to make the quick turnaround. I mean, look what happened to the Jaguars. They had the number 1 pick in the draft last year. They spent a ton of money in free agency last year. They were able to, make some really good picks, and they were a playoff team last year. I mean, granted, they were like 8-9 in their sorry-ass division, but they won the division and made the playoff, and they won a playoff game, So something like that.
Bad news.
Out of the realm of possibility.
Yeah, I know. I just saw on my phone. I got the notification.
Bad news. Jackson Smith and Najigba to the Seahawks.
Yes. Great pick for the Seahawks. Geno Smith is going to have, DK, Tyler Lockett, and Jackson Smith and Jigba. That's a deadly threesome core right there.
And what does Will Levis get?
Nothing. He gets to sit in the
chocolates.
draft room for another hour.
Box of chocolates.
Yeah, because he's not going to the Chargers or the.
You never know what you're going to get with the box of chocolates. Sorry, go ahead, Larry.
Well, I'm just saying, if he doesn't go to Minnesota, it could be a while before he comes off the board because Jacksonville doesn't need a quarterback. The Giants don't need one. The Cowboys don't need one. The Bills don't need one. The Bengals don't need one. New Orleans just signed who did they sign?
Oh, Derek
Oh,
Carr.
they signed Derek Carr.
Yeah.
Philly doesn't
Yeah.
need one, and Kansas City doesn't need one. So if it's not Minnesota, nobody else on that board that is currently picking right now needs a quarterback. I mean, not that the Vikings need a quarterback. It's just that planning for the future, it wouldn't be the worst thing to do. But none of these teams picking like the last 10, 11 picks, quote unquote, need a quarterback right now.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yep.
Don't disagree. Don't disagree. Yeah.
Man, the
no,
Seahawks, that just kills me. That just kills me, man.
How do you think
Dang
that
you,
makes
Pete
me
Carroll.
feel, Carson? That this what could have been so legendary. Could have been with upcoming Hall of Fame quarterback Jordan Love, but no. No.
God help me if that happens again.
Yeah, no kidding.
Yeah.
I echo your sentiment there, Larry.
1992, I was a goddamn freshman in high school when Brett Favre took over in Green Bay. I am 45 years old now. This is
right.
no, thank you. No.
Yeah, you got a few years on me, Larry, but not much. And so I'm right there with you, man. I mean, I can remember the pre Favre Packers, and so I try to regularly remind younger Packer fans that like you don't know what it's like to have like a normal franchise. Like the
That's
Packers
right,
were
Caden.
not good.
You've been privileged your entire life, and what do we have? Christian Ponder and Tavares Jackson and Kirk Cousins,
Hey, don't forget about Gus Frerotte.
and one good year of your former quarterback.
Yeah.
I mean, I've been getting that a lot from some of my old family members, including my dad, who went to college during the late 80s and early 90s, and he was like, "Yeah, you may not have like calm it down and like set your expectations and get ready if the team actually does suck." And I'm like, "No, that won't happen. I'm like, come on, this season's good for so long." He's like, "Oh no, it's gonna hurt."
Spurgeon Wynn. Wow, there's a name drop for you.
Oh, yeah, there it is. Spurgeon Wynn. I like it. Shout out to Josh. Thanks, Josh, for coming on in.
Yes. Appreciate you. And make sure to give your thoughts on who the Vikings should select if you're in our chat right now. I think Larry and Caden just want to stay here and see what our reaction is to when the Vikings.
Yeah, I'm hanging out until the Vikings
select.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm gonna be crying.
Drop off and let you guys cry in privacy. Or
Yep, there's gonna be a lot of crying. It's gonna be real ugly. I'm gonna be honest with you.
Especially you
Speaking
guys.
of crying ugly, I was gonna ask you guys on your thoughts on the Dalvin Cook situation and how you guys think that's gonna end up going.
Yeah, well, he didn't get dealt tonight, obviously. I still think he could get dealt this weekend, but if he doesn't get dealt this weekend, I still think he's gone. It sounds like it's very unlikely that he's back, based on reports. So it would be nice in terms of the cap situation if they would trade him after June 1st, but we'll see what happens. What happens.
I would agree with Carson's sentiment there, his statements. I mean, to be honest with you, maybe I was a little more surprised than Carson that he wasn't dealt today, and maybe the reason was, again, it just, we didn't have any takers. I mean, Dalvin Cook is still a very good running back in this league. The issue is that his price tag is high. I mean, you've got a guy like Saquon Barkley who gets franchise tagged. He's making what, $10 million next year? Dalvin Cook's slated to make $16 million. I mean, that's a massive cap hit for teams that, either one, are a little tighter on the cap, or two, just thinking like, why are we going to basically overspend on, what fair market value is? And I love Dalvin. I think Dalvin's a good running back, but let's be honest, his current contract is more than fair market value. It is. So that's a tough sell. I do think you could get something for him. So maybe, to Carson's point, we see them move him like in the next coming days, because maybe he is really worth a third rounder, fourth rounder, or something like that. That's going to be, and as gross as that is, because they are done. I truly do believe they're done with him in on the roster. So ultimately, it just takes something versus taking nothing. Because if we cut him, right, we're not going to get anything. So you just take what you can get and go from there. But yeah, no, I don't think he's in a Vikings uniform next year, which is unfortunate. I think the talent is there. It's too much money. So
Quentin Johnston to the Chargers. Thinking
Ooh.
about this, I think Quentin Johnston is a prototypical Chargers wide receiver, the kind of the bigger bodied wide receiver. You think of Keenan Allen, you think of Mike Williams, kind of right in that fit, I think.
Yeah, I really think he was like the perfect fit for the Chargers. Perfectly. I mean, he has the size, and I mean, he looks like, hey, go up for the ball and catch a type of guy, and yet, oh, look, there's just Will Levis living his life in the back of the green room.
Does the receiver run continue here? OBJ, by the way, tweeted out, whoever gets Zay, Addison, or Najigba is getting a steal this late. I thought they would have been gone, but what do I know? And I think we kind of agree with OBJ, at least with JSN, but the Vikings could potentially have a chance at Zay Flowers, which I do really like Zay Flowers. I'm not quite as high on Jordan Addison, but I wouldn't mind that either. But the Vikings obviously could also go corner. Deontay Banks is still there. I know the Vikings have really liked him. Joey Porter Jr., another name that's still on the board, by the way. I think a lot of people thought he'd be gone by this time, and he's still there. So, and maybe the Vikings do trade back, as Chris is saying, trade back with Cincinnati, get an extra pick, and take Hendon Hooker.
Yeah.
I tell you what, though, I would be very upset if the Vikings traded back with if JSN would have made it to 23. I would have been very upset if they traded back. But that's another story.
I think unless there's a guy that they love, like I said, I would almost expect the Vikings to trade back, because just again, they don't have a lot of capital, and there's no use, especially if you got a trade partner that keeps them in the first round. If they've got a trade partner that still keeps them in the latter part of the first round, that makes all the sense in the world to me. So we'll see what happens. I don't know. We don't know but I am not going to be all that surprised if we get to 23 and the Vikings are saying who's willing to wheel and deal. Because at this point, the Vikings don't have a second round pick. So that's just another reason why I think the Vikings might try to trade back so they can at least get a second or two if they go, maybe depending on who the trade partner is. So. Especially if they feel like they can still get, and I'm not super high on Hendon Hooker, but it just going with all the narrative that's been out there, if they feel like they can still get Hendon Hooker in maybe the earlier part of the second round, then they kind of get their cake and eat it too, right? If they can get a later second and still get a guy in the early second that they like, I mean, why wouldn't you take that deal? Well, obviously we'll see what happens.
Yeah. Yeah, it's going to be interesting with Baltimore. If Baltimore goes wide receiver or if they go somewhere else, they could go defensive line perhaps. Maybe they go corner, but I'd kind of doubt it. But maybe. I mean, I don't know. Who knows with Baltimore, I guess. But I guess we'll find out here momentarily.
They got Lamar Jackson back. They got that going for him today.
Yeah. Well, we might also be getting Daniel Pollock, who Tony remembers from Fan Express Line, as we are doing this is considered Fan Express Line. We're all talking here as fans. And by the way, if anybody else wants to join, let us know. Maybe you want to wait until after the Vikings selection. But I'm very interested to see what happens here tonight with the Vikings pick, because as we've said, there's a lot of players on the board that they could go with. And as you said, Tony, with all those players still being there, like with all the decisions that could be made, the decision might be the most likely and best to just say, hey, we're going to trade back and accumulate more picks because we know the Vikings aren't 1 or 2 players away. Like that's pretty obvious. But as we found out last year, just because you trade back doesn't necessarily mean you're going to get good players with those picks that you traded back to get. Because the Vikings could have easily had Kyle Hamilton last year. Instead, let's trade back and get Lewis Cine. And Lewis Cine could still be a good player. But Kyle Hamilton was a more surefire player coming out and proved it in his rookie year. And yeah, it'll be interesting to see what the Vikings do. I do agree with you at this point. I'd be kind of surprised if they don't trade back, but if they stand pat, Tony, what do you think? Who do you think they go with?
Levis.
Levis?
Yeah, I don't. I just have the sneaking suspicion that, KOC feels like he can bring this guy in and turn him into something special. So I'm gonna say if Levis is still there at 23, I think we take Levis, and that's only because I think if my more likely scenario is that we trade back. So if you're forcing me to say take a pick, I'm going to say if they take a pick, it's going to be Levis because they love him and they don't think he's going to make it back further, where they would trade back. So, yeah, but I think the more likely scenario is that they trade back.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't mind Zay Flowers. I'm with you, Carson. I'm not a huge Addison fan. I didn't really like that pick when I saw that mocked to the
the Ravens got Flowers.
Well, there you go. So,
there you go. OBJ wanted it, and I guess the Ravens are finally giving in.
Yeah. So there's Flowers. Flowers is going to the Ravens.
Give him his flowers.
Yeah. Even more ammunition now for the Vikings to trade back.
Even more ammunition for the Vikings to draft Will Levis.
I mean, it might happen. I mean, that's the thing. And look, like I said, I am a fan. I am a Vikings fan, if you haven't noticed. So you trust in your organization and say, look, there's obviously some tools there. The guy's not going to start this year, right? The Cousins is the starter, and Cousins, outside of having a couple of games because of the vid, what was it, 2 years ago, he hasn't missed any time. I mean, the guy, doesn't miss games. He doesn't get hurt. So I don't think you have to worry about Levis, stepping onto a football field in a starting capacity until 2024, fall 2024. So, and again, if they feel like they can do something with him, if they love him, certainly there's intangibles that are there, but I wouldn't hate the pick. It's going to be a controversial one, though. I'm not excited about Vikings Twitter if we end up going with Will Levis because it's going to be.
I would love to see you guys' reaction if that were to happen.
It's going to be an ugly
Josh, I think Levis. Am I crazy or trade back? And if you stay in the first round with Hooker, you get the 5th-year option. That's true. That's true. The Minnesota Vikings are on the clock.
Yeah. I mean,
what could go wrong?
So to answer Josh's statement, like I said, if you take a quarterback here, I'd take Levis. Personally, I think they probably should trade back. I'm not in love with Hendon Hooker because I am a little worried about the age, and then you've got the knee, and then I'm a little worried about the gimmickiness of that offense too. Both of those guys are projects. The one thing with Levis is he's still young and he has some, weird upside talent, and that's why I would like him more than Hooker. That's all.
Yep, I hear you.
But would I be infuriated? Actually, I'll say this: if they take Hooker over Levis, that's going to bother me a little bit.
I actually like Hooker over Levis, but I wouldn't mind.
You, my friend. No, I'm kidding. Yeah, I just drop off the podcast. That's
Let's
it.
see what Tom Pelissero's saying. The Vikings are trading back. No, they haven't said anything yet.
Yeah, like I said, it
Waiting
wouldn't
on the
surprise
moment.
me. I mean, the defense needs a ton of help. I mean,
Yeah, I was gonna ask, what do you guys need?
we
Corner.
need defense. We need corner.
Yeah, we could use corner. We could use a lot of things. I mean,
Miles Murphy.
that's why I said the Vikings aren't a player away here.
Yeah.
The Ravens pick
Murphy.
finally is coming here.
Yeah, I mean, currently you still have Zadarius Smith on the team, but I still think having edge wouldn't be a bad idea. I mean, there's a lot of areas of need. Now, I do think, and this again lends to the idea why I think they should trade back, is I think there's some good value picks in that second round, and I think it's important that they at least try to get some of those guys instead of having to wait till the later rounds where they become a little bit more of a flyer, a little bit more of a project.
Another medallion.
That's right. All right, we have got Daniel that's going to be joining us here. Daniel Pollock, he's been a part of Fan Express Line in the past. And Daniel, how you doing, man? Are you ready? The Vikings are on the clock.
I'm good. It's been a long night. I've been busy outside, so I've had to miss a couple, but I've been following along on my phone as much as possible. I'm excited, but in my opinion, I don't need to take all the time here, but I don't see us staying here. I think this is still a position that the Vikes are going to move back, and I think we're going to try to amass picks because I think the guys that we wanted are off the board.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, at this point, I think it's more just about finding the best trade partner at this point. But I could be wrong. Daniel, would you be heartbroken if the Vikings decided to take Levis here?
I would. I am just all the rumors, stuff like that. Kind of, it's the fit. We have a guy in Kirk Cousins that people kind of go around because he's the dad. He's just that guy you respect so much that you just don't mess with a lot. But if you get somebody in there at the quarterback position that's gonna just rub people the wrong way, he's gonna not mesh. We got a couple people in the locker room already that we got to take care of and kind of manicure that way. So I'm hoping that if he's actually that type of guy, we keep that away from the locker room. But I'm not opposed to bringing somebody in to learn under Cousins, because if we let this year go through and then we let him walk, well, obviously that's a lot of wasted knowledge that you could have had for a young quarterback coming into the NFL. Because if we don't draft one this year, obviously I think they go quarterback next year more than likely. But I'm just not a fan of Will Levis just from what I've been hearing throughout the league.
Yeah, and I mean I can confirm or deny that Will Levis eats bananas with the peel on. So
the more I hear about this guy, the more I don't want him. Oh, man. We've got a full stream here for everybody that's joining us, by the way. We've got Larry from Bears Talk Underground in here. We got Caden from the Pack Only Podcast. We've got pretty much the entire NFC North, except the Detroit Lions, who are Detroit Lioning again tonight, by the way. And we got 3 Vikings guys in here, so we're still outnumbering the rest of the NFC North in our stream, so that's good. That's always our goal here on the Skol Purple Podcast. So,
what I'm enjoying about this draft so far is that apparently it's a very deep draft because we haven't had that moment in the first round yet, even though we're getting into the back half, the last 10 picks of the first round. We haven't seen that moment where the cameraman zooms in on the fan base in the draft area that's making the pick. They hear the name, and then you see the look on their face like they have no idea who the hell that is. Like, yay, he's our guy. I don't know who that is. What is he, guard? I don't know. Hey, he's our first round pick. Yay. It's like, who is that? You immediately see them all reaching for their phones to Google who the hell Joe Jefferson is or whatever, that they just picked in the first round. I've never heard of him before. So, yeah, we haven't had that yet. Pretty much everybody that's been picked is a name of some kind, and we're 23 picks into this. So we haven't had that moment yet. But we'll see if it happens before the end of the first round.
Lamar Jackson got paid today and got his flowers.
Yeah. Oh, God.
He's having a wonderful day. That's
Yeah.
some facts.
Yeah, Larry, I know exactly what you're talking about. That's one of my more favorite moments of the draft is the pan to the fan base, and then everybody starts looking at each other like, what?
It's like, do you know who that is? It's like, I don't know. Apparently,
Quasey's on the phone. Does that mean he's trying to trade back?
Yeah. And let's be honest, it's usually an offensive lineman when that happens.
Yeah. I remember vividly when the, I think it was 2 years ago, the Falcons picked a guard in the last 5 picks of the first round, and they zoomed right in on the Falcons fan base, and you could see they had no idea who the hell that was. No idea.
Based on that that video they showed from Egan, that would lead me to believe that they aren't taking anybody here, that they're trying to trade out of this, but we'll see.
Yeah.
Like nobody was jumping up and down. Yes, we got our guy, you know. Yes, we traded. Woo!
I'm going to be honest with you. If they were jumping up and down and then the pick ended up being Levis, I might have to question our new front office. As much as they love Levis, I don't know if jumping up and down is warranted.
Well, and I don't know what you guys are watching on, or if you're following on Twitter, so you're ahead of it. I mean, I got a $1.24 here because I'm streaming it through the ESPN app. So
I got 2 minutes, so I'm a little behind you.
Yeah, I'm like 201. Me, yeah.
I'm just thinking, we're just about a minute left. To me, you probably knew when your last guy was gone, when you were going to make that trade. So if we're buckling down to the final minute of this pick, I just hope we don't get skipped here.
Oh,
yeah.
Have another history moment happen.
Hey, this isn't Slick Rick here, Daniel.
Yeah, I know, but it might be a really rocky start for Quasey if this is how this goes.
Well, Seattle almost had that happen earlier tonight.
Yeah, they got down to the last 30 seconds.
Yeah.
Well, they're under a minute.
It's in. We're drafting.
Going to the wire.
Maybe they were asking Will Levis, okay, Will, do you want to be here or not? And they weren't rejoicing until.
They said, all right, Will, just so you know, you won't have to pay for all the bananas you want to eat with the PLO. We'll actually supply the bananas.
The pick is in, I've been told.
So do we go, man?
No, dang it.
The Minnesota Vikings. Oh, wait, one second.
I've already seen it.
With the 23rd pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Minnesota Vikings select wide receiver Jordan Addison, USC.
Oh.
Not a fan.
No.
Oh, boy.
Not a fan.
I think we should have went linebacker or corner.
Yeah, not a fan.
You know what? I'm wondering here, gentlemen, if the Vikings couldn't get a trade and they're like, okay, we're just gonna pick someone.
Well, I'm sure it wasn't just picking someone, but I think that given the time,
obviously it was their top player on their board, probably, right?
Oh, yeah.
But,
yeah, I'm sure they probably did try to trade back out of that spot. Couldn't find anything that seemed worthwhile. Don't like the Addison pick. I have question marks with Addison. Look, at the end of the day,
I like it better than Levis. I will tell you that right now.
Unless somebody trades up, Levis is going to fall out of the first round because the next, 10 picks.
The Vikings get active early tomorrow.
Yeah. So don't love the pick. There's issues, right? Like any guy, I'd say any of the guys, in my opinion, after you got past JSN, like there was a level of issues. Addison's, I will say this, I actually would have rather had Addison over Quentin Johnston. So didn't really like Johnston, who went just a few picks ago to the Chargers.
Ooh,
but
hold on. I'm sorry to say right now, the Giants have just traded up to the 24th overall pick
They're taking Levis.
We just signed Daniel Jones and now Will Levis. Here we go.
Well, they only moved up a pick then, but yeah, just
Yeah.
to the Vikes. I mean, my biggest problem with this is this gives us 4 wide receiver targets essentially. I'm including Hawkinson to that.
Ooh,
I think it's too early.
Jordan Addison looks pretty fly though. I gotta say.
Yeah, he does. He looks
He's,
good right now.
Another
He's got
medallion. We're on a roll
Yeah,
here.
that's right. We got the ice. Yeah. Mm-hmm. And the beautiful pink suit, man. Man, oh man! If only I could look that good.
They make that in a plus size.
Yeah, that's right.
Why is
I'll take
draft
one.
night like Halloween for these guys? It is unbelievable. The things they wear.
Daniel, you had made a point. You said your issue with Addison was what?
It was the 4 wide receivers now. You know, we have Jefferson, obviously. Hawkinson's our number 2. KJ Osborne, after losing Thielen, becomes our number 2 wide receiver, quote unquote, although Addison's obviously going to fight him there. But either way, that's going to put us at 4 targets for Kirk, which sounds great. But we're still going to, I mean, to me, that's still a lot of spreading the ball. We still have Dalvin Cook on roster. So I think there's almost a spoil of riches with some of that. And I think we definitely, with how poor our defense was this year, I still think that our best move, almost regardless of who was left in the draft, would have been to go defense. You know, I really think they were shooting corner, but obviously the guys that they had on their big board were gone. I just wish we would have tried to help out that defense more because, man, we aren't getting any better there.
Yeah.
Daniel Jeremiah's comp is Calvin Ridley. Hopefully he doesn't do any gambling.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, he's another guy that likes FanDuel a little too much. Yeah, I think you know, look at the end of the day, I'm a fan. So, you know, obviously I'm going to root for the guy. I want him. I hope he's amazing. But I agree with you, Daniel.
Tony, I think he's the third best wide receiver. I like Addison above Quentin Johnston. I think Johnston's a bust.
I agree.
I don't know what you think, Daniel, but I think Johnston's going to be a bust.
Well, I'm not going to. To me, it's just the fit for us. I mean, yeah, I think you're right. I think he's definitely going to be talented, and he adds another weapon. And I think he's going to be a guy that KJ Osborne, I don't think, has a long 10-year career with the Vikings yet. You know, I think he's got 1 or 2 years, and then he's probably gone. So this is going to be the guy that they're looking for to number 2 with Jefferson for years to come. But I like say I'm just more upset that we have so many other needs, especially on defense. So we got a good wide receiver. I think he's good, but we have a spoiler riches on offense, and we needed more help on defense.
We're scoring all night, he says. I love it. I love it. He's excited to join Justin Jefferson. I will say I do like his route running. That is one of the things that Jordan Addison brings is really crisp, good route running.
Which is what we lost in Thielen.
Yep, which is very true. And so I do actually like the fit for the Vikings, but I don't think Addison's a bust. I think Johnston is the bust of the wide receivers. I just think, in my opinion, after Smith-Njigba, there was a little bit of a drop-off, and I think even after Zay Flowers, there was another drop-off a little bit at wide receiver. I was really hoping I know you didn't join us right away, Daniel, but I was really hoping Smith-Njigba would have fallen to the Vikings. I would have loved that so much.
Yeah, and I'm actually guessing he was obviously higher, but not high enough, or they couldn't get the pick to move up for him. I still think if they were going to move up, they were going to go defense, but everyone was gone, so they stayed where they're at. Now, I'm still very interested to see if they still try to make a trade with one of these teams that have picks left to try to come back into the first and go defense, because it's such a need. We still have Dalvin, and I do think they're going to try to part ways with him. So do you package Dalvin with a late pick, try to move back into the first and go defense? I mean, you got to have the right guys there, but I still think there's a big enough need that you can maybe make something happen.
Well,
Chris Bowman, quick Tony, before I let you go,
Yeah.
Cook to Cincinnati and the Vikings take Hooker. I'm going to guess that the Vikings would need to give up more than Cook to get the 28th pick, but I don't mind it. I'm a Hooker guy, so I like Hooker over Levis. That's just my take. But go ahead, Tony.
Well, I was just gonna complain. I was just gonna say, and again, knowing what the Vikings need, it feels a little bit like, Caleb, you mentioned kind of what it felt like for your squad when you guys took Van Ness. It was like, yeah, I really don't know. I mean, it's a good player. I don't know if that's really an area where we needed to focus. And it really chaps me because what do the Giants do right after the Vikings? They trade up and then they get Deontay Banks, who, I'll be honest with you guys, I would have been happier with than Addison.
Absolutely.
So, and it would have been in a position of need.
Banks or Joey Porter Jr. I mean, I really like Joey Porter Jr. That's why I really thought we were going to go corner with that pick. But I agree with you. I think that the Giants saw we left them, so they made the move.
Yeah. So it is what it is. Again,
Giants are going with Banks.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
okay.
That's so Giants took Deontay Banks. Yeah. So I mean, again, that I would have been happier with Deontay Banks than Jordan Addison. Now, again, I hope he turns into a phenomenal receiver. It just for me feels like it's not a position of need.
Yep.
I feel like we could have gotten a receiver that, because as you mentioned, Daniel, you got Justin Jefferson. Everybody knows Justin Jefferson. Right. Then you got KJ Osborne, who's again, I think he's somewhere in the middle of overhyped and fairly valued.
Yep.
I think there are a large part of the fan base that, and I like KJ. He seems like a phenomenal dude. I just watching him play, I don't get the feel. Like to me, he seems like, for the Vikings fans in the room, and for you, Larry and Caleb, you might remember this guy as well. He's like a little bit of a better version of Jarius Wright.
100%. 100% what I was thinking.
Yeah, and I like Jarius Wright too, but he's he's a role player. This guy's not a star. He's a guy that's going to do some things for you, but he's not going to show up every week. You hope Addison can be a number 2. I honestly think KJ probably falls into the top tier or high end number 3, in my opinion.
Yep.
I think he's a high end number 3. I think he's kind of a lower end number 2. So hopefully Addison can be, a decent number 2. So I hope for that. I just feel like, again, the Achilles heel of this team was not the offense. It was our horrid defense. So hopefully they address it throughout the rest of the draft. I'm not going to go and cry, tonight about it because the draft isn't over.
Tony, don't lie. We know you're going to be crying in your pillow.
I'm going to eat a lot of ice cream, and it's going to be ugly.
The Bills are trading up, by the way.
Oh.
Also, one thing I wanted to mention, Jordan, pick number 23. So Michael Jordan, that's what the NFL account 23 like Jordan tweeted out, the NFL account on Twitter. So there we go.
How about that?
But here's what I'll say to the cornerback thing, gentlemen. The Vikings need corner, yes, but there's so many corners in this draft. Like, that's the one thing that I keep on going back to. The cornerback class is loaded. I don't think that about the wide receiver class. But I think that after Addison, there's, like, I told you, a couple of drop-offs, but now it's an even more extreme drop-off after Jordan Addison at wide receivers.
And you're probably right there, but the biggest thing you got to remember is how many times have we taken corner and it not panned out? You could say Xavier Rhodes panned out, but Trey Waynes flopped. Obviously, who was the other one?
Mike Hughes.
Mike Hughes didn't work out, but then who was the more recent one? He passed away.
Oh yeah. What was it? Not Cook. I wanted to say
Jeff Gladney.
Jeff Gladney. Yeah, Gladney. Yeah.
So I mean, we've had experience where we take these first round guys, and we've taking the chance on those second level guys. You know, we obviously missed out on the first 3-4 corners now taken in the draft that are top tier talent. Now we're in that kind of second range. Granted, they're good, but that's where we've always drafted, and they've always flopped. So I would have liked to have seen us take one of those higher end guys just because they're a little bit more of a sure thing than you're maybe going to get in that second tier where they have great potential, but will they pan out?
Well, and I think the thing that why I'm maybe a little bit more irritated about it is that we don't have now we have 4 picks and they start in the 3rd round.
Yep.
So you know,
There's going to be trading. I am fully convinced the Vikings are going to trade some players here.
yeah, but keep in mind, see, this is why I thought it was so important to trade back, is because if you're talking about trading up.
See you, Larry. Thanks for joining us.
See you guys. I had a good time.
Hey, yeah, thanks
good
for
talking to
joining,
you.
man. Absolutely. Yeah. I mean, I guess my thing is at this point, good luck trying to trade up because you don't have any draft capital. So you're kind of stuck unless somebody wants players that we don't want, which basically at this point includes Zadarius Smith and very overpaid Dalvin Cook. I think Dalvin Cook at best is going to net us a 3rd round pick. Still doesn't put us back in the 2nd round. I don't think there's a team that's going to give us a 2nd round pick for Dalvin. So I don't see us getting back in the 2nd round. I think we could accumulate some later round picks with some of these players. I could see that happening unless we start trading next year's picks. But gosh, I hate to say it. Now we're starting to get into like mortgaging the future. See that, and again, that's why I don't like the pick. Doesn't mean I hate Addison. I just don't like the pick because of where the team is at. I think it felt like we needed defense, and if we didn't go, I felt like the 2 positions of need. I'll say this: the 2 positions of need, and I'm going to use a side of the ball as a position, is defense as one whole position of need, and then we needed to address quarterback because obviously Kirk Cousins is, gone essentially unless something crazy happens. Maybe we win the Super Bowl. Well, then we're going to erect a statue and give him a 10-year extension. But he's most likely gone, right? He's most likely gone after the end of the year. So if it wasn't going to be quarterback and it wasn't going to be defense, then the next priority should have been accumulate picks. And unless it's a guy that you can't pass up, maybe it was like if JSN would have fallen to 23, I could have seen that because that's literally the best wide receiver in this draft. Then you kind of got to take him, but I just don't love it. And now I'm a little concerned about what they're able to do throughout the rest of this draft to address some of these needs, especially on the defense. And good luck now getting Hendon Hooker because he's not going to be there in the 3rd round.
Yeah, I agree with you. I still think the play would have been to move back, like you said, a mass picks, go after guys, fill the roster that we need. Because this team isn't built for 3 years from now even. This team is built to win now. Aaron Rodgers is out. Detroit's coming up. Green Bay's on, it's still going to be good. Chicago's on the come up a little bit. But the Vikings at 13 wins last season are only looking to try to build on that. Granted, I don't think they'll get back to 13 wins, but I think they're going to obviously try to build on the success, stay above 10 wins for sure, and at least try to clinch the North. So it's a win now mentality. And if we would have went quarterback even, that doesn't really help the team in the 1st round. So I still would have liked to see them move back just to help out the defense because it's that poorly. With us not addressing that, I don't think that's helping this team out to win now. Because to me, it's a built to win now. Because very shortly, maybe after this year even, they're going to have to blow it up and start over almost completely with Kirk leaving.
Yeah. Well, and that's why it was for me, Daniel. I thought that if they went quarterback, it would have had to have been a guy that they just loved, right?
Yeah.
That they really felt like this is a guy that we think we can build around next, in 2024. And if that wasn't the case, then you trade back. I was saying that in here before, but basically all night. So we'll see. Bills, I'm sure you've been waiting. Yeah, Dalton Kincaid goes to the Bills there. Carson put that up there. I love that pick for the Bills, by the way. Great pick. Great tight end. Obviously, they've been kind of weak in that department. What was it? Knox. Why can't I think of
Dawson Knox?
Dawson Knox. Yeah. Dawson Knox. Not a guy, not a terrible tight end, but not a guy that's a higher end tight end that you're not talking about a guy that's more of a dynamic tight end that is. So good for them. Good
Don't be
pick for the
dissing my
Bills.
boy Dawson.
I mean that headband game is crazy. But,
Hey Carson,
Exactly.
Who's the best tight end remaining in the draft?
That would be Michael Mayer.
No, it's not. Who's the
No,
best tight end remaining?
Oh, sorry. Sam Laporta, obviously.
No. For those of you that don't know, I'm a jackrabbit, so the best tight end remaining is Tucker Kraft.
Oh, Tucker Kraft.
Oh.
That's right. I do like Tucker Kraft. I have to admit it. I do like Tucker Kraft, even as a South Dakota Coyote. Go Yotes. Go Yotes.
Hey, well, let's call Tucker Kraft by his first name. That's national champion, and then we'll go.
Okay, all right. That's it. That's it. We got to get him out of here. No, just kidding. No, we'll give you your flowers.
So you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to spend the rest of the evening, once we're done, once the first round is over tonight, I'm going to spend the rest of my evening watching Jordan Addison highlights, so that way I can just pump myself back up. Because right now I'm complaining a lot, and I feel like Caleb over there is he's just it's like all these nummy tears that he gets to listen to.
Yeah, he's eating it
from
up.
all of us.
Yeah, I'm saying it's 3 against 1 here. I mean, I'm happy with my guy. I'm still slightly upset we didn't select a receiver, but day 2 receivers. I mean, last year we took a day 2 receiver, and look how that turned out.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm
just ask the Vikings who traded that pick to you.
Yeah. You guys did that to yourselves.
I really wanted the Packers to take a wide receiver in the first round this year just to add that extra salt to Aaron Rodgers.
Well, that's why I think they were going to do it. I was like, it would be so ironically funny if they were to do it, but of course they didn't.
I think it would have been juicy. Oh, I would have loved it.
Yeah, it would have been funny, but unfortunately, no. They didn't want to hurt Rodgers' feelings too much.
That's what they do.
That's right.
I'll trade you. If you want Addison, we'll take Van Ness.
No, I'm gonna stay with my guy who plays hockey.
Tony, I'll disagree with you on that one. And I'm an Iowa guy, okay? I'm also a South Dakota Coyote guy.
You wouldn't take Van Ness over Addison.
I would take Addison. There's too many players right now that the Vikings have on that defensive and that same role that Van Ness would be in. Like, unless they get rid of Smith or Hunter, which I think they will get rid of Smith somehow, but
yeah.
I don't know. My thing is, I don't think the Vikings were that confident in the wide receiver room. Despite what KJ Osborne might have said on social media and, talking about how he's, basically was getting at a Vikings Twitter guy. No need to say his name anymore. But anyways, KJ Osborne, I still think is a really solid number 3, but I don't know if he can be a number 2. I just don't. And there's nothing wrong with that. Like, great. Be a good number 3 wide receiver, KJ. But I think bringing in I was going to say Zay Flowers. Bringing in Jordan Addison, I think is a great number 2 option for JJ, and then you combine that with TJ Hawkinson, and who knows what the Vikings running back room will look like by the end of draft weekend. I really like what the Vikings offense looks like. Offensive line, I still have a few question marks. Still not sold on Bradbury completely. At Ingram, we know how bad he was his rookie year. Left guard, Cleveland's still okay, but who knows if they'll.
I think Ingram will be better this year, though. I really do. I think
it's hard to be worse.
Yeah, I mean, I think the reason. So part of the reason why I think he'll be better this year, I'm not saying he's going to be a Pro Bowler, but why I think he'll be better is that we saw I mean, the obviously he looked a bit better as the season went on. It didn't help that he had some injuries around him, which kind of, it's always tough with an offensive line for gelling purposes, and especially as a young player. But the confidence they had with him, with just getting him out there and getting him the experience, I think he'll be better for it. So I think he'll be okay. I don't think he's not going to be as bad as he was last year. I think that you're right. I mean, one thing that we can maybe feel a little bit good about, and maybe just looking towards the future here, Carson, is that I think they will probably move on from Hunter. I think Hunter is probably going to be traded, but he will not be traded until after June 1st. So, there's going to be that just for cap reasons. That's what's going to make the most amount of sense. So, I wouldn't be surprised to see that happen, and we don't know what that looks like. Is it just draft capital for the next year? Is it a player? Is it draft capital and a player? It just depends on who's willing to give up what. So we'll see. I mean, and there's always that second round of free agency that tends to happen before training camp.
So you think that might happen this summer, Tony?
Yeah.
See, I think it's going to be one of these things. We're going to, for how competitive the division's going to be this year, like say, Chicago's on the come up. Detroit's probably the favorite, even though we had 13 wins, just our decrease in defense and lack of drafting anybody to help it. And then the Packers are going to remain right there because their defense is still so good. So I think with everybody almost on level playing field, I think by about week 4, we're going to really see what this team does. If we're 4-0 or 3-1, I think we're going to continue with this team. I don't think we trade anybody until we hit that point. Now, if we're 1-3 and we're looking at a pretty hard schedule the rest of the year, which we are this year, I think we're really going to see pieces start to move. If we still have Smith on the team, Cook, Hunter, like you mentioned, I think all those guys are on, available to leave at that point, because that's when we're going to start seeing them blow it up, a mass pick, and kind of already start that rebuild mid-season.
Yeah, and that could happen. It probably really just depends on the interest that other teams are giving us and our players, right? What they're offering. But I wouldn't necessarily disagree with your assessment there. I mean, the other aspect is that maybe Kwesi in this front office is thinking, maybe Ed Donatel is really he just sucks that bad. Like where with a basically the similar roster, Flores is going to come in, and I'm not saying they're going to be great, but I do think they will probably be improved. You mentioned this earlier, Daniel, and I just wanted to kind of echo what you said, but add a little context. I agree with you. I think that the Vikings will probably, as an entire unit, I think they will be an improved team this upcoming season than they were last year. But I think we'll have a worse record, right?
Yeah.
We just had so many balls bounce our way. I think that the Vikings are probably like a 10-7 team next year. And I that's where I see them. Like, I feel pretty confident in that number. I lose a lot of confidence at like 11-6. And I think 9-8 is I could see 9-8, but I think 10-11 wins this division next year. So everybody's going to be in the mix. If I were to give predictions, which I hate doing because it all depends on health and all that stuff.
Especially this early.
Yeah, I would say that the Lions, I'd say the Lions and the Vikings have the best chance to hit that 10-win mark. And then I think the Bears and the Packers are going to fight at around the 8-win mark. That would be, if I had to make a way too early prediction, and it could be a little above, a little below, wherever that's going to be. I didn't want to say this when Larry was in. No, I'm just kidding. I will say no. I don't. I mean, as much as I think that I saw some things with Fields, and they're going to try to build around him. Fields to me doesn't inspire a lot of confidence, and I think they're still going to struggle a little more than what they think. It's just too much inconsistency. He reminds me of like a really athletic. This is going to sound really bad, but his numbers. It reminds me of like a really athletic Christian Ponder.
Mm-hmm.
Like he doesn't throw the ball at all. And then, you can't run a team like that. So,
oh my, that is blasphemous.
He's better than Christian Ponder. He's a lot better than Christian Ponder.
You're lucky Larry's not here. He would kill you right now.
Yeah, he probably would.
I'm gonna message Larry right now.
You need to come back on
That's
the podcast.
harsh.
Yeah.
Wow, Tony.
That man needs
Tony
some
is
years of
dropping
Tony,
hot takes.
I hear what you're saying because the dude can't throw. He just can't throw. He relies on his legs. He relies on an offensive line making room for him to make plays. Now, he's a heck of a ball player when it comes to that. He knows how to make plays.
Yeah.
But eventually, teams are going to just stack the box. They're going to put eight in there, go man on their wide receivers, and be like, they're not going to beat us. And
Right.
it's going to end his reign, or he's going to get injured with the way he runs. Grant, he's got a much bigger frame than people give him credit for. You think Justin Fields, you're thinking undersized quarterback. The dude's big.
Yeah.
So he does have a nice body for what he does, but eventually it's going to wear out. And I think it's going to either that's going to catch up with him or it's just going to be game plans are going to shut him down and force him to throw. And I just don't think he has it no matter who he's going against.
Yeah. Yeah. The nightmare scenario for the Vikings would really be if the Vikings and the Lions battle it out and the Packers and the Bears just end up just tanking. And I'm not saying on purpose, but if they both just end up circling the drain next year and then they're able to both get high end quarterbacks next, because the class next year, the draft class next year for quarterbacks is phenomenal. So if somehow the Bears and Packers end up with these high draft picks for quarterbacks, that might be the end for the Vikings for a while, because that's going to be pretty tough.
And you guys were talking earlier about going quarterback for the Vikes. I didn't see it. I didn't think we were going to do it. Maybe we'll take a late round guy as a flyer. But for your reason right there, Tony, I thought, and I was talking to people about this leading up to the draft, I thought the Vikes are not going to take a quarterback because we are waiting for next year. Like, say it sucks because he can't sit behind Kirk for that extra year, but I think there's somebody that Kwesi has picked that he just says, that's my guy. And that's who I think he's going to wait for next year. Granted, he's obviously got to get there if the Vikes are low enough to get him type thing, or he'll try to trade up for him. But I think the Vikes are waiting for next year's draft for that outstanding class.
Yeah.
I really hope so, Daniel, but who's to say they're going to be able to have the draft capital to trade up then? Like, that's my whole thing.
Yeah.
But I go back to my thought. If we're that bad, we're going to start trading pieces. We're going to be able to amass picks to get that draft capital that we have to move up. We'll keep our one, and we're going to try to, if we trade off Cook, we get a 3 for him, like Tony said. If we trade off Smith and we get some for him, if we trade off Hunter, we really start to blow it up just to get picks, a couple 2s, a couple 3s, and then we trade that for a 1 and get a quarterback, and that's who we're going to go with for our future. Like I say, I just didn't see it this year because I still think this team is built to win, and they wanted to try to help this team now versus going after that quarterback for 2-3 years down the line.
Yeah. I saw somebody say that the Vikings trying to trade back into the first round. I don't believe that yet.
To me, if they do, they go corner.
Mozzie Smith, the defensive tackle from Michigan, to the Cowboys. And the Jaguars are selecting Oklahoma tackle Anton Harrison.
Ooh, that's now there's Larry's one where he mentioned people going, what? Because I did not project Anton Harrison going in the first round.
Well, I'm looking at the big board here, and Mel Kiper had him as his 5th best available. But you think about what they need for the Jaguars. Whatever happened with Urban Meyer is dead and gone. It looks like Trevor Lawrence is actually going to be a pretty damn good quarterback. So I think, it's obviously they're just trying to protect this guy for a lot of years. So they're going to, I think, continue to try to keep him upright.
Yeah. Oh, I don't necessarily say I don't like the pick. We were just kind of joking around earlier about, you get to the point in the draft where a name comes up and you're like, who's that again?
Yeah.
Yeah. We've reached that point now where we're going to get some names where we're not, they're not the big names that are out there.
The ones that you heard on ESPN and on the radio for the last 3 months. Yeah. I see what
exactly. Yeah. Good pick for the Cowboys, though. I thought Mozzie Smith coming out of Michigan, there's some potential there. A lot of people had him potentially going to the Vikings. I would say 2-3 weeks ago, I saw some mocks about him going to the Vikings. I wouldn't have hated it, especially with Tomlinson leaving. You know, nice to get some fresh blood in there, but at the same time, you know, good pick for the Cowboys. Just going to keep stacking that defense. That defense is good. I mean, you know, but they're gonna have to have it with Philly, man. Philly's a tough customer.
Their line, no doubt, especially with the Jalen Carter pick, man. He is one that I saw somebody's mock draft. I don't remember who it was. Famous reporter guy had a mock out there, and they had Jalen Carter dropping to like right before pick 20-ish, you know, 18, 19, 20. And I'm like, dude, if that happens, the Vikings have to move up at that point to take him.
Yeah.
He would have changed the defense himself.
Yeah.
I agree. I think Jalen's going to be a really good player.
Yeah. On an already good Philly line.
Yeah.
So I keep Philadelphia. I was just saying this earlier. Howie Roseman, just give him GM of the year again. Dang it.
Yep.
So I need to formally apologize to Caden because I think I've called him Caleb a dozen times. And
I don't even think I realized that.
Yeah. So Caden, I'm sorry. Can we be friends again? Would that be all right?
Hey, it's already enough of an insult that he's a Packers fan, and now you have to insult him more.
I don't really know.
Is this like a Kurt and a Kirk situation? Yeah. No, I was not doing it on purpose.
I know you're good. I understand. Yeah, no. I think Carson, when we were first talking the first time, was like, I just want to make sure it was Caden. I think Carson also did it when he first was talking to me all the way back in November of last year. So you're not the first to do it. So
you weren't supposed to tell him that.
Don't be mad.
Well, I'm going to remember now because I felt embarrassed when I saw the names come up and I went, oh, you got to be kidding me. So I'm not going to forget Caden. I promise. I'm not going to get it wrong.
Bengals going with Miles Murphy.
Hey, that's a solid pick.
Yeah. Solid pick.
Didn't know if he'd be here at this point, honestly. That's kind of a steal, low-key steal there, right there.
Yeah,
there.
I mean, I projected him to go to the Packers if JSN or Luke Van Ness or even Christian Gonzalez was gone at that point. That was going to be a good defensive end pick like that.
Yeah, he did drop pretty far.
And let's welcome Dakota to her first NFL Draft live stream.
Oh, there we
go.
My
cat. She's very thrilled to not know who the Vikings picked because she just woke up.
What'd she feel about her Panthers pick today?
Yeah.
What'd you think of the Panthers?
What are your thoughts on Bryce Young?
She doesn't have much to say.
Yeah, we had on a guest that we've had on a few times on the podcast. He's a comedian out of North Carolina and obviously a big Panthers fan. So he was on earlier today and pretty happy about the pick. I would imagine that most of Panthers Nation is pretty happy with Bryce Young. I will admit, fellas, I did buy into the they got me hook, line, and sinker on the Stroud falling. I thought to be honest with you, I thought that he would be where Levis is at right now.
Oh, I never.
Yeah, maybe not this far, but I for some reason I had this thought where I'm like he's gonna slide, and I thought maybe he would slide to like 11. I thought maybe he ended up with the Titans.
Yeah. I mean, I think the first I had him going was to 12 for the Texans. The second pick had him. Instead of taking them at 2, I had them going to 12. But I don't think any of us would have expected where Will Levis is sitting at right now at 29.
Yeah.
Well, ESPN said he had a 0.1% chance to drop to 25. And here it looks like he might not be taken tonight.
I don't think he is. I mean, New Orleans, they've got Derek Carr.
Outside of somebody moving up.
Yeah, it could be like a Teddy B situation. Somebody moves
I don't see anybody up other than Seattle that would be taking one in the next few picks, unless the Rams would take him as a replacement for Matthew Stafford someday. But
which wouldn't be bad.
No.
Yeah, he might get along well with McVay. A couple of weirdos.
Maybe the Vikings will try and trade up with the Rams and say, "Hey, old pal Sean McVay, let's call him up and see if he's okay with us taking Will Levis. I don't want Will Levis, but I will say this. I would be very intrigued to see what Kevin O'Connell could do with him. And I mean, that would have gone for any of these quarterbacks that the Vikings could have potentially taken going into this day. But because I do think Kevin O'Connell's a good coach. So yeah, I'm just interested. I would have really have loved Anthony Richardson.
Yep.
Just based on the fact that he was 21 years old, he still is. There's so much potential there. The only thing is, as I said earlier, the bust potential maybe is a little greater with Anthony Richardson, and I think the same is true with Will Levis, by the way.
They're projects.
Yeah. But the ceiling is very high.
But even back to the Carolina pick, are you still a little gun shy because of the, I don't know, just kind of the lack of performance that you've gotten out of previous quarterbacks? I mean, they got a really good couple of years out of Cam Newton, but then even Sam Darnold coming from the Jets, he was a number one. And, you just haven't had that. Just Carolina doesn't seem like a great place for quarterbacks.
Yeah, new regime there. I suppose that's
Right.
probably it. You got a new regime, but I don't disagree. I mean, you go through a lot of these picks. I mean, you'd mentioned, you got Sam Darnold, you got Baker Mayfield, another throwaway. What was it, Matt or Jimmy
Moore.
Clausen was
Matt
another
Moore.
guy. Matt Moore, yeah. It is an interesting place, and you just hope that. I hope Bryce. I mean, I think Bryce Young's going to do fine. I really like his skill set coming out of college. Obviously, I never want any of these guys to do terrible. I just you worry with the big worry with Young was just I would have loved to see him go somewhere that had a really amazing offensive line, because he's going to need to bulk up. We can't make him taller, but he's going to need to bulk up because he's a little slim on the frame. People forget that, Russell Wilson, that's always the comp with these little quarterbacks. They go, well, look at Wilson. Well, people forget Wilson, when he came out of college, he was a pretty stocky guy. He had some meat on his bones. And Young is he's again, just a smaller frame guy. So you don't want to see him get beat up too much, especially in his first year.
Yeah. Well, we haven't been able to get Lions fan report in here. I'm trying to see what he's probably just so shell shocked from these moves that he doesn't even want to show his face in public right now.
Yeah, maybe. You never know.
I do think that it's been interesting to see. Now, I mean, Van Ness is going to be obviously a pretty good addition to Green Bay's defense because they're already good. You're adding another Iowa boy, and they've had pretty good success with Iowa kids.
That's why I hated it.
Yeah, I love myself some vintage Mike Daniels. That's what he reminds me of.
But there's just to me, there hasn't been a splash in the North. Nobody has stood out and taken that guy that could change a team. They're all going to be good, but I don't think
Jordan Addison is that guy.
Okay.
I mean,
maybe not.
I just don't think anybody's going to, last year with Detroit taking Aiden Hutchinson. Obviously, he was the number 2 pick overall, so that's a little bit different situation. But, as soon as he was drafted, you're like, this guy's going to be their defense for the next however many years. To me, nobody out of our 4 teams has said, this guy's going to be our face for the next 4 years. Granted, again, all good players, but I just don't know that maybe there is, but I just don't see it in my eyes.
Yeah. I mean, I think, with Green Bay, I mean, as long as they can get the quarterback play where they need it, it's competent enough. I think Watson's got a chance, to be a heck of a ball player. So that's a good one for them. I just don't know what this frickin' Vikings team. But we're gonna.
Tony, you sound very upset right now. I'm a little concerned. Do we need to come over there?
Yeah. Well, what's funny is that I think it's just you have to understand, and Caden, it's from an outside perspective. us Vikings fans, we're a very cynical bunch. And when you get burned too many times, there's always a little bit of recency bias as well. For most teams, taking a receiver would be like, that's a sexy pick, right? Like that's because it's a skill position. The last time we went receiver, do you guys remember this in the first round?
Justin Jefferson.
Okay, what was the one before that one?
Laquan Treadwell.
Yeah.
I was gonna say yeah.
So we all knew kind
Tony's
of.
like, damn it, I picked the wrong one.
And before that, Cordero Patterson.
Yeah, which so my thing, it still speaks to my point.
Yep.
You talked about Aiden Hutchinson. Like you kind of knew he was going to be a guy. Like we kind of knew Justin Jefferson was going to be a guy. I feel like sometimes with these skill positions, if you know that there's issues, like those are only going to be amplified at the next level. I said the same thing, and I'm not saying he's going to be Laquan Treadwell. My goodness, I really hope not. But I mean, I felt a similar way when we took Laquan Treadwell because I went, if you're having issues at the college level, those issues are going to be even worse in the NFL. Everybody's faster, everybody's stronger, like the windows are much smaller. So like I said, it doesn't mean you can't, he can't be okay. It just, to me, it felt like we maybe reached a little bit. And then again, it bums me out because we don't have a lot of capital on top of it. So that's all. I probably wouldn't mind the pick if we had 7-8 picks in this draft. Honestly, I'd probably be more fine with it. It's just because we have such limited capital. It felt like, I don't know, man. It felt like when you're going through the drive-through and it's late at night and you're like, I don't know what to eat. And then you just like look at something and pick it. And you're like, well, that'll be food. Like, that's kind of what it felt like.
So according to Arif Hassan, who we had on not too long ago, according to the consensus big board that he puts out, he gets a bunch of the big boards and he puts it all together and he comes up with this consensus big board. He said, according to the consensus, Jordan Addison ranked 24th overall by consensus and was wide receiver 1 on about 6% of the boards and wide receiver 2 on about 32% of the boards. So there you go. And he was number 4 off the boards. And I like I said, Tony, I still like the pick considering that they didn't go with Quentin Johnston because I would have not been happy. I would have been more in your shoes had they went with Quentin Johnston. I am telling you, I think Quentin Johnston's a bust. And like I said earlier, you can just play this clip back in a few years when Quentin Johnston's been a 1,000-yard wide receiver for 5 straight years and tell me I'm wrong. That's fine. But Steve Smith, former NFL wide receiver, doesn't like him either, which whatever that's worth to you, for whatever that's worth. But so there you go.
Yeah. We do have another pick in, by the way.
The Vikings?
No. The Saints took
Ryan Brzee.
Ryan Brzee, yeah. So
Yep.
Good pick for them. I think that's a solid pick.
Apparently Micah Parsons is very excited about Dan Quinn, by the way. And we do have another gentleman joining our stream, and we don't get to see his lovely face, but here he is, Andrew with Lions Fan Report. Andrew, how you doing, man?
Good. Can you guys hear me?
Yep.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, we got you live and in living color.
That's right. Well, how you feeling? I'm very interested to get your thoughts, Andrew, on the Detroit Lions. I guess since we were just talking about the Vikings, maybe we should ask your opinion on the Vikings first. What were your thoughts about the Vikings getting Jordan Addison?
Well, I'll start off by saying having to cover Justin Jefferson twice a year, and then obviously now TJ Hawkinson, who I think had double-digit catches against us in that first game, and now you're adding Addison to that receiving core as well. Like, I mean, I think it's a great pick for you guys. I'm a believer in Kirk Cousins, so I think it's a great pick to kind of continue to add to help him out as well. So I think it's a great pick. I think it's a perfect fit, and from a Lions fan perspective, it just makes those games going to be a bit more competitive. I think for the Lions.
And
Yeah.
just to bring you up to speed with how Tony and I feel, although it may be a great fit and stuff, we just look at it as almost a spoil of riches on offense. We have him, Hawkinson, like you mentioned, Jefferson. You add Cook to the mix as that running back, and KJ Osborne as our third wide receiver. We just have a lot of targets, which is great for scheming against defenses, but at the same time, there's only two guys that are really going to get involved. So are we wasting this pick when our defense is in so much greater need? We lacked so poorly. We were very bad, in the defensive side of the football. So we look at it as it could be good for the offense. Obviously, should be good, but we would have rather seen a defensive pick.
Is that kind of the common, I guess, is that kind of how most Viking fans are feeling right now? Would you say, or is that just?
I think it's a mix. It's a mix. I think there's a portion that are like Daniel and Tony. There's a portion like me who I do believe the Vikings needed to add another wide receiver, so I'm fine with the pick. He wasn't my favorite wide receiver, but he's probably my third. And then there's probably a segment that we're like, all right, we need to draft the quarterback of the future. We need to draft Will Levis. We need to draft Hendon Hooker. But overall, I'm pretty happy with it. Like I said multiple times, I'll say it again. I've said it 30 times probably on this live stream. There's plenty of depth in this cornerback class. Let's get somebody on day 2. If we need to trade up for somebody, I still think we can. Josh Roy, by the way, does Will Levis come back for round 2 ESPN leftovers?
Oh, for sure.
Have to.
To be determined. To be determined.
But, to the Lions pick, did Dan Campbell just want, since he can't physically put on the jersey and get on the field, did he just want to draft a Campbell? So then there's somebody in a Lions jersey with Campbell on the back, playing the game actually.
I mean, for all we know, he drafted his long-lost son.
Yeah.
That's right. That's right.
But yeah, they can't do that.
Yeah.
So what did you think, Andrew, about the Lions trading back and their selection of Jahmyr Gibbs? Let's talk about Gibbs before we get into Campbell.
Yeah, well, I think a lot of fans obviously were surprised, but I actually put out a mock draft earlier this morning, and I had Gibbs going at 18. So from my own perspective, this was a move that I wanted really badly. When I look at to maybe why the reason they had to trade back in the first place is to me, based on kind of everything that we've been presented, Anderson and Witherspoon were the top 2 players on Campbell's board, and obviously both of them were drafted ahead of pick 6, right? And I don't think Jalen Carter was on the board either. So when they got to pick 6, it's like all the guys that we wanted are no longer there. And I think they always wanted Gibbs, and they just said, hey, none of the guys are there. Let's just trade back and get the player we want, and we'll get him at 12. So I think it's a great pick for the Lions. I guess positional value does come into consideration. I think that's why Lions fans might not like it. But at the end of the day, you add Jahmyr Gibbs, who's probably the most explosive running back in this draft class, to an offense with Ben Johnson. You have St. Brown. You have JMO. Obviously, he was suspended. But, I mean, you just have a lot of explosive players now. So it's going to be a really hard offense to defend against in the NFC North.
Hey, before we continue, Nolan Smith to the Eagles, another pass rusher for the Eagles. What is happening? Howie Roseman just continuing to stockpile on that defensive line.
Yeah, good for them. That's a great pick for the Eagles. I mean, I hate to say it because it's a strong
Screw
defense getting stronger, but yeah, they can throw batteries at themselves. I think the Lions, in my opinion, I actually thought they were going to go running back as well. I had some inkling that they might take Bijan if he was going to be available for them. And if not Bijan, then Gibbs. I think either pick was going to be good. I mean, I like the pick for them. The question is Swift, going to be dealt? Because they certainly don't need 3 capable running backs. I mean, granted, Swift never seems to stay healthy, which is kind of the issue. Right. But, it'll be interesting to see what they do there.
I
to
was
kind of
surprised they let Williams walk. I loved him.
Oh yeah.
He was obviously like probably the top fan favorite player
Yeah.
on our team, and I think everyone was shocked that they didn't end up re-signing him.
Well, I said this was my assessment earlier tonight. I actually brought this up, Andrew, and I'd love to hear your take. Well, first I should ask, Andrew, are you a basketball fan at all?
I am a college basketball fan, not NBA though.
Okay. Well, this might not speak to you so much, but I think Daniel, you weren't in the room when I mentioned this, but when I saw the Williams, where they didn't re-sign Williams, and obviously he headed to New Orleans, it reminded me a bit of when the Timberwolves traded away Patrick Beverley last year, where he's not a star necessarily on your team, but he's kind of the emotional leader. The heart and soul of that offense. And we had a similar situation with Patrick Beverley, and we saw what happened with the Timberwolves this year, which is they were missing that edge, and I felt like Williams for the Lions in that offense, he kind of provided that emotional leadership. So it's going to be interesting to see what that looks like without him this next year.
And that's a great comparison. And but to the benefit of Jamal Williams, he also backed it up this year with how many touchdowns he had, how much more he had to do because Swift again was always injured. He had to kind of step into that bigger role than he even probably thought he was going to have to do with trading, handoff. I thought, man, when they let him go, I wouldn't have been mad if the Vikings would have shipped Dalvin and we signed Jamal Williams. I would, he goes from the Packers to Detroit to here. I would have been like, whatever, it works. But
it would have made sense. Got to go around to every NFC North team before he retires.
That's right.
That's right.
Yeah,
so maybe here's some comforting news for Daniel and Tony on the Jordan Addison pick for the Vikings. According to Next Gen Stats, Addison earned the highest production score among wide receivers in this year's draft class with 91, and he joins the Vikings' 2020 first-round draft pick, Justin Jefferson, in the top 5 of production scores over the last 5 drafts. Also in that is Jamison Williams, Jamar Chase, and Devonta Smith. So it's a pretty good group to be listed with. So get hyped. Let's go. Super Bowl, come on!
Carson's just trying to find stuff.
That's right.
Yeah, I don't hate the pick, and I don't hate the player. My issue is that I'm dating myself here. I'm a little bit older. I don't know. I mean, I guess Daniel, I don't know how old you are, but I know I'm definitely 30. Okay. So I got 7 years on you, Daniel. So I had to live through the 98 season, which was magical. It was magical. We were 15-1. It was phenomenal. The problem is that we also, and I shouldn't say the problem, what was kind of a neat part of that season, we set the record. Obviously, that got broken by the Rams later. We were the highest scoring offense in NFL history at that point. What people don't remember is we had to be, because our defense was horrible. So yeah, we had to score like 39 points a game because we were giving up like 32 points a game. And that's my issue with what we did tonight was like, I get that it's a good pick, but like, we're going to have to score a lot of points to win games because this defense isn't getting any better, and it needs to get better. And we don't have cap room to go sign free agents, and we don't have draft capital to now draft defensive players. So that was where it to me, it was like, it felt like we were drafting a good player, but I would have liked to see the Vikings do the thing that they always say teams shouldn't do, which is actually draft a position of need, which they didn't really do there. So that's more or less my issue. And maybe, you know what? Maybe their analytics told them that they were reaching for anybody. I just have a hard time believing that there wasn't at least one defensive player that was like, well, that guy's a 3rd round grade. We're not going to take him here. Right. So I don't know. We'll see. Hopefully he's a superstar and he makes me eat my words. And I really do hope for that. So we'll see.
All right. Andrew, I want to hear your thoughts on Jack Campbell, my Iowa Hawkeye. going to the Lions. I am pretty shocked that he went this soon. I was expecting a day 2 or possibly even day 3 for Jack Campbell. But here he is going in the top 22. Hawkeyes in the top 20 for crying out loud. Andrew, what are your thoughts on the Jack Campbell selection?
I mean, I'm honestly kind of there with you. I did not. If had you told me, a few hours ago that Campbell would have gone in the first round, I might say like, especially at 18, I might say, hey, you're a little crazy. So no, I was not expecting that whatsoever. Especially when you look at Brad Holmes, our general manager, he's not someone that historically has ever, even with his time as the director of college scouting with the Rams, they've never prioritized the off-ball linebacker position, and they've never spent significant draft capital on a position like that. So this was kind of a pick where our GM kind of went against the grain. And to me, that just told me that he's just following his board at the end of the day. This was a guy that they had rated higher than anyone else that was available. And he doesn't care about positional value. He wants to get the best player available. And then on top of that, this is a player that's going to be able to come in day 1 and be a starter right away. So Lions just stuck to their board, and they got guys that can come in day 1 and be starters. So because they are in the mindset that they are competing and that they're going to win the division this year. So I was surprised, but I like the pick.
Yeah, I will say I do like the pick, but again, I think it was a reach. And I think you could probably say the same thing when they took another Hawkeye, by the way, a few years ago, TJ Hawkinson in the top 10. Great player, but was he worth a top 10 pick? That's another question. But gentlemen, anything you want to say in response to Andrew and his thoughts on the Lions picks?
I mean, knowing the Lions and how their current organization is, I mean, we'll all be making fun of these picks right now, but come this fall, they'll probably be really good and very underrated. I mean, look at the Lions draft last year. I mean, no one thought it was going to be good, and every single one of those guys played a key role in my team's downfall come last week of the season, and they all did really well.
Yes.
Kansas
Good
City.
times. Good times.
Kansas City's picked final pick in the draft. Kansas State pass rusher Felix Anudike Uzoma.
Ooh.
That's the guy I wanted.
Oh, he got sniped.
Oh, that's
Caden
what I wanted the
sniped.
Packers to get later on, but we already got Dia.
Yeah,
so.
yeah. Well, that's it. Officially, Will Levis is going to be heading to the ESPN Deportes green room tomorrow. So.
That's right.
ESPN The Ocho.
That's right.
Yeah.
All right, so there you have it. Felix Anudike Uzama to the Chiefs. I was going to say, Andrew, I really did like the moves that the Lions made to their secondary, and we can maybe get you on at some point to talk more about this offseason or right before the season. But I really like the moves for C.J. Gardner-Johnson, Cam Sutton, an underrated signing perhaps as well. And then also they got Emmanuel Mosley, kind of almost under the radar.
Mm-hmm.
Not that Emmanuel Mosley was like an outstanding corner, but he's solid. Solid enough to trade away Jeff Okudah for a 5th-round pick, which that's maybe another story for another day. But then just kind of curious to hear what your thoughts are on some of those moves that they've made already this offseason as well.
Well, for one, now that you guys drafted Jordan Addison, I'm even happier that they upgraded the DB room, because we had honestly one of probably the worst DB rooms in all of football last year, and that was our biggest weakness. And I love the moves. All the players you mentioned, I think all can be day 1 starters or will be day 1 starters. And I think if you're our general manager, Brad Holmes, at the end of the day, he just wanted to get proven guys, like, because again, they believe they're competing and they're going to win the division. And they didn't want to go with the rookies in this year's draft class in the first round because they didn't want to take the time to have to develop them and watch them go through their rookie growing pains. They wanted guys that are proven and can step in day 1 and hopefully lock down guys like Jordan Addison or, Justin Jefferson or Christian Watson. So I love what they did in free agency. Our defense is much better than it was a year ago.
you teased it, Carson.
Yeah.
I wanna know how you're feeling, Andrew, and maybe you could provide some insight. What was the deal with Okuda? What do you think was the driver behind that one? That because that was a head scratcher for me.
Mhm.
But again, I'm coming from an outside perspective, so I'd love to hear from somebody that really follows the team where your head's at on that one.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's interesting you say that because I think what kind of like those that don't closely watch every single Lions game versus those that, maybe watch one or two a year, right? At the end of the day, like, yeah, he had a great start to the season, but the reality is he really fell off a cliff come week 6, week 7, right? To the point where he was unplayable, to the point where Dan
Mhm.
Campbell benched him, right? Like that's how poorly he was playing, where he was getting beat by Jeff Smith, the Jets wide receiver 4. So it got to a point where it's just like at some point he was literally our worst cornerback on the field. So, I mean, I think because he was a former number 3 overall pick, because he's this big name guy that I think a lot of people think that he's a better player than he is, but he just slowly just started fading out and just for whatever reason just was never consistent. And I think at the end of the day, if you're a cornerback in the NFL, it doesn't matter if you have one or two great games. You need to be good for all 17 games. And at the end of the day, you just couldn't rely on him.
Sure. No, that makes sense. That does make sense, and certainly we know all about uh, unreliable corners here in Vikings land. But that I appreciate your adding some context because again, from an outside perspective, I was going, man, that seems kind of odd. But you get something while you can, so it sounds like maybe they were ready to move on, and they certainly found a team that was willing to give them something for them. So it makes sense.
Exactly. They were
I
just
bet
just
they
cutting their
have.
losses.
I don't know who has amazing nachos. Did somebody talk about nachos earlier?
Oh, it was the ESPN Deportes. That's the
Oh.
green room that Will Levis will be in. Yeah.
First drafted for dodgeball.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
At least he can be drafted first in something.
Yeah, instead of the suit, like instead of Levis coming out in some fancy suit, he's gonna come out in the the BDSM gear from dodgeball.
Yeah.
That'll be
Oh man. Oh man.
Is Levis a player that you guys would consider in the second round, or is it all defense like you were alluding to earlier?
Oh.
well, we don't have a second round pick,
Oh,
so
okay,
They,
never
they
mind.
would
Never,
have, they would
forget
have to trade
it.
up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
yeah,
They would have to trade up. So.
I
But-
would consider him in the second round. Yes,
But I would
Um,
take Hooker over him.
I saw
Yeah.
rumors all week long that Hooker was
You would
supposedly
take
an
who?
option.
Hendon Hooker? Yeah, I would too. I'm with I'm with Daniel on that.
I'm higher on
Um,
him, but I do still think if we do move up, we got to go defense. I this was before you got on, and I even got on late. But my option right when we got on, it was about 2 picks before the Vikings selected. I said we should trade back, amass picks, because I think the draft is going to shape up this way. I think the Vikings are trying to point themselves at next draft for a quarterback. I don't think we're going to go with one this draft because of the lack of picks that we have. We only got 4? I think
4 left.
total.
Yep.
Yeah, 4 total. So I just think due to that, we're going to wait till next year, and that's when we're going to take our guy. I think we got to go defense, and obviously we want wide receivers for the first one. So I don't see us taking quarterback this draft.
All right, Andrew, before we let you go, I want to hear your thoughts on the Packers selection of Lucas Van Ness and as well as the Bears selection of the offensive tackle from
know,
Tennessee.
right?
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, right.
Well, maybe now that Rodgers is gone, maybe the fact that he didn't draft a receiver all those years wasn't in spite of Aaron Rodgers, and maybe that's just their philosophy, and they love going defense first round. So,
Missed opportunity.
yeah. So, I mean, I like the pick. I think they have I think last year, I think their defense, the issue was more their defensive coordinator versus the talent, and they
No,
obviously
I
Rashawn
completely
Gary.
agree with you there,
Yeah.
Andrew.
Oh,
Completely
yeah,
agree
you're
with
wearing
you
a
there.
Packers shirt. I didn't even notice that.
Well, yeah, he's our
Yeah, I
Packer
should have
representative.
mentioned we
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
we have Caden from the Pack Only podcast in here. Yeah.
But I just like that the fact that you guys are getting Rashawn Gary back. Now you add Van Ness to that room as well. Like, I mean, you can never have too many good defensive linemen. So I like the pick. I think it's a good pick, and I think he's coming from a good culture down up in Iowa. So excited for that one. And then for the Bears, like, I mean, you traded back from the number 1 overall pick, so you're clearly fully committed to Justin Fields at this point. So might as well help him out a bit and give him an offensive line. So I mean, I think both the Packers and the Bears addressed key needs. So I mean, I think honestly, I like the pick for all the NFC North teams. Honestly, if I'm being real.
Yeah.
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 All right. Well, I am going to do the thing and kick out Andrew and Caden because we need to have an all Vikings meeting here.
Awesome.
So, gentlemen, we really appreciate you joining us. Make sure to follow Caden on Twitter at Pack Only Podcast, and make sure to give him plenty of hate tweets. And also Andrew, Lions Fan Report on Twitter. But good stuff. They put out good stuff. So, gentlemen, thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
Yeah,
best
thank
of
you.
luck
Appreciate
for
it.
best of luck for rest of draft weekend. Hopefully, your team's dreams are ruined. All in good fun. All in
Yeah,
good
thanks,
fun.
boys.
All right. Matt Anderson has graciously given us some time. I know Matt just got done streaming with Climbing the Pocket. Matt, how are you doing, man? I know you're pumped about this pick for the Vikings.
Absolutely. I don't know how you can't be pumped about this. This is
Pump these guys up. They're not too happy about it.
no.
Carson is waiting for somebody to come on to back him up.
Okay, well, before I go, I need to hear what's going on here. Why aren't we happy with this pick?
Yeah, so I'll give you my 2 cents. So I am not that I don't like the player, and not that I don't like necessarily the pick at 23. What I don't like is that we only have 4 picks now.
Sure.
And we haven't addressed anything on the defense, and now we're still without any answer post Kirk Cousins. And and some of that has to do with just the way the draft went, especially the quarterback portion of that. So it's not so much that I hate the pick as much as I'm just concerned with what we're going to do with the 4 remaining picks to improve the team. So that's really more or less what it's coming from. I hope he's a superstar. I don't hate it. I'm just concerned with where we're at and what we still need.
Yeah, and I'm the same boat. Now we did add Murphy on defense. I think that's actually a big step up at cornerback. Hopefully Lewis Cine comes back in a good way, and I think it came out this week. Harrison Smith said he's been surprised at how well he's been doing considering what he just went through with his leg. So you hope the defense gets those 2 guys back, and that helps the defensive backfield because that was obviously a big struggle. But I still think we needed to take one more there. I really would have liked to see them go corner, maybe linebacker even because of Eric Kendrick's departure. I really think we need to fill a hole there. For how bad our defense was, we needed to address it. Again, hopefully the wide receiver situation works out well. And the thing that I keep saying, and I've said it a few times now on the podcast here, it's almost like a spoil of riches. We have a really good offensive set now, but we're spreading the ball. We're having to spread the ball out that much more between Cook, Hawkinson, Jefferson, Addison now, and Osborne even in there. I just think we have a spoil of riches on offense, and we've really left the defense poor.
Yeah, so I guess I have a few different comments. As far as not having the 2nd round pick, at least the thing that's helping me come to terms with that is like our 2nd round pick is TJ Hawkinson. Like that is how I'm coming to terms with that. I would love a 2nd round pick, but there is nobody left on the draft board that I would rather have more than TJ Hawkinson. So I'm fine with that aspect. As far as the defensive side, you bring up that there's a lot of holes, and there definitely is. Like there totally is. This cornerback class is one of the deepest we've seen in years. Like I'm telling you right now, the guys that I've watched, you can get a starting cornerback on day 3, and I feel confident saying that. There's plenty of guys in that realm that you can go get. Now, there is still concern to your point about linebacker, right? You're going to roll out Asamoah and Jordan Hicks?
Yep.
Probably not, but there's some free agents I think we're probably not looking at. And then the other thing that we still need to think about is Dalvin Cook and Zadarius Smith. Those issues are unsolved. So what does that do for tomorrow? Everything we're hearing is Dalvin Cook is going to be gone by the end of this week. Like, everybody says that. This weekend is done. And so I guess for me, I'm just excited because while we do have a ton of talent on offense, that can help, overtake our horrible defense. Is that my TV?
I don't want to interrupt here. Somebody's TV is like really loud.
Is that mine?
I think
Better now?
I think it was yours.
Yeah.
You're welcome, everyone.
Yeah,
was
way
like-
to go, buddy.
I'm like looking at my TV. I'm
I'm
like,
a
damn, is that
professional
mine?
here, I swear.
Well, and it felt like it was getting increasingly louder, which
I
was
felt like that too.
I didn't notice it right away, and then it just kept growing, and I'm like, damn, I can't hear anything.
you know what it was?
You're welcome.
I'm glad somebody called it out, because since I was the anti-Addison pick, Matt is probably sitting there going, Steggy's probably over there just turning up the volume the more that he's
Yeah, just drown them out. Man, I'm gonna head out, guys.
Yeah, he is.
Honestly, guys, I'm telling you right now, like, Addison was outside of Jackson Smith and Jigba. Addison and Zay Flowers were like right there with me for number 2. And so the fact that we came away with him, and I want you to think, like, oftentimes, and we've been forced into this like thought process with Zimmer and Rick in previous years, we always look at the now, like, because they didn't think to the future. They always were like, this is our need, let's go get it, and we'll fill that and move forward. This Addison pick is it's not only a win now move, but it's a future looking move, and it's very fitting of what Kwesi has done. TJ Hawkinson, that was a win now move and a future move. Like, they're building this young core, and you can see everything lining up. Like, you talk about, they have not addressed a successor for Kirk Cousins, and that is a concern for me, but they are building a young core on offense for someone to come in and succeed from day one. And whether that's going to be a trade up for Will Levis tomorrow, Tanner McKee, Hendon Hooker, or somebody in next year's draft class, this move for Jordan Addison ensures that you have 2 viable threats at the receiving position, as well as TJ Hawkinson for the next decade here in Minnesota.
And that's a good point too, Matt. We don't have a wide receiver 2 on the books after this year, because KJ Osborne is done with his contract after this year. Jalen Reagor, who's obviously been a disappointment, also is going to be off the books after this year. Guarantee the Vikings won't be picking up that option.
BC Johnson.
BC Johnson, who I think he actually signed with somebody else.
Did he? Good for him.
I think he did, but maybe I'm off on that. But and that's pretty much it. So I'm not saying the Vikings won't re-sign KJ Osborne, but they obviously know what's going to be on the books for next year too. And all it was Justin Jefferson, really. So they needed to address that, and I think that's part of this move as well, future looking, as you said.
Yeah.
Are you guys more sold now? Or are you still disappointed?
Feeling better. No. And to your point that you made a couple moments ago, and Carson said this earlier, that it is a deep corner class. And everyone says that. My argument to that is, we obviously all know how many times we've taken corner in the first round or second round, but how many times does it pan out? I mean, we've had pretty tough luck when it comes to corners. Yeah. That's why I just would have liked to see, I would have liked to have seen you package our first round pick and a Smith, move up and take one of the top 3 corners in this year's draft. Or you package a Cook and you move up and you try to take one of those guys. Now that we're getting in that second tier, granted, they're very good, it's still taking more of a chance versus getting one of those top tier guys, which is where I would have liked to see, because we know what happened with Mike Hughes. We know what happened with Jeff Gladney. We know what's going on currently with Andrew Booth Jr. Granted, we don't really know what we have in him yet, but it hasn't been as good as people were expecting. So I would have liked to have seen defensive backfield addressed in this one earlier. I would have liked to have seen either a trade up drastically or a trade out is how I would have liked to have seen it.
Yeah, and I don't disagree. Like, I think my ideal scenario was to trade back and get a guy like Cam Smith early on round 2. I honestly didn't think the Addison thing was going to happen. The way everyone was talking about these receivers, I was convinced that we weren't even going to get close to one. Thank God Detroit decided they want to draft Jahmyr Gibbs at 12. But when we think, the other thing that I think fans and myself included aren't really taking into account is the fact that Kwesi has spoken really, really highly of the draft class last year. And I do believe that they feel like that group is going to be impactful this year. And when we think about Andrew Booth, when we think about a Caleb Evans, Scene, as you brought up, and even some other guys, Ezzy, I'm going to butcher his last name, the Gopher.
Atumwa,
Yep,
Sezi Atumwa.
yep, that defensive lineman. Like, I think there's a lot of guys from last season that Kwesi and Kevin O'Connell feel very comfortable about, and is leaving them not panicking as we go into tomorrow.
And I think some of it too is it's also that internal struggle that we have about not, I don't want to say necessarily not being right, but where things don't go the way you envision. So I think for
Mhm.
me, in my mind, which I think a lot of Vikings fans shared this going into tonight, was okay, I think the Vikings are either going to trade up and they're going to try to make a really sexy move for a quarterback, or they're going to trade back. And when neither of those two things happened, I think a lot of us kind of felt a little shell shocked because I was already mentally preparing myself for those two options. So when
Yeah.
it didn't happen, admittedly, like there's always that internal struggle of like, oh, I don't like this. This makes me feel uncomfortable. So I think that's part of it too. So again, I don't hate the pick. I think that there's certainly something there. We had a Lions guy on earlier just before you came in, and he kind of shared that
Did you
he was
thank
like,
them, by the way?
yeah.
We should have.
Yeah, I mean, he
Nobody's
was like, I'm glad we stocked
I'm an
up on
Iowa
corner.
guy. And I still thought that was way too early for Jack Campbell. You know, I
Lions are
thought
gonna Lions, man.
yeah.
Well, that's what I've been saying all night.
One way or another. Even the
Yeah.
Packers kind of packered. Like
Yeah,
Lucas Van
they
Ness
should have
is
went
not a
JSN. My gosh.
yeah, they probably should have. The Bears, yeah, they're rebuilding. Who cares?
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
So
Well,
you're
we
saying the
just,
North is ours then, huh, Matt?
It should be. I mean, when you look at the roster, outside of losing Eric Kendricks, I can't say we've taken a step back.
But where
Like, I
do you
think-
expect us win wise? Where do you think we're going to be there? We talked about this earlier, so I'm interested to hear what you say.
Yeah. So that's tough because you're playing the first place schedule, right? So you're playing those teams. I think you walk into the season and you expect to split your division series in one way or another. So I don't know. I probably have about 10, 11 wins next year. But
Yeah,
like
Matt-
convincingly, like I don't think next year is going to be anywhere close to what this year was. I feel confident saying that they will be the NFC North champs, especially because the Lions players decide they want to gamble on games midseason in their own facility.
it's hard to stay away from those FanDuel parlays, baby.
Yeah, we'll do it on the NBA. No, you're gonna do it in the NFL.
Yeah.
My assessment, Matt, is similar to yours, but just to hear how you feel about this. I have said for the last, probably month, well, basically ever since the Flores signing, as I said, this team, I think, will be a much more well-rounded team next season. Obviously, barring injuries, right? We can't foresee injuries, but if everything fell the way it should and is on paper, I think this team will be a better, more well-rounded team than it was last year with a worse record. And I put them up similar to you at probably around 10 wins. And I think 10, 11 wins probably wins the division next year, which I think should be good enough. Because to your point, I mean, we're going to be playing some tough teams.
Here's what I'll say. When the schedule comes out in about 3 weeks, we want to be playing the Packers early because I don't know what Jordan Love is going to be like. And I want to get him fresh out of the gate. Like I don't want to see him figuring his shit out in week 12. Well, when we need a win desperately and he's just figuring, I don't want that. So we want that early. But what I'll say is, like, would you rather have like a 11 win season where you're like convincingly winning, or what we went through last year where every week was a damn heart attack? And I mean, we won the NFC North, but geez Louise, I don't know if I could take a season like that again.
I actually started as a
It was
thin man
unbelievable.
last year, and this is all just ice cream and eating my feelings. That's what
Yeah,
happened.
man. I got in a whiskey real good last year.
Ooh, there you go. A little bit of
Nothing like
little
being drunk
Monopoly.
at 3 o'clock after a Vikings win.
Right.
My gosh.
Oh boy. Oh. So this is Joshua, and by the way, old college roommate. He's from Nisswa, Minnesota, up by Brainerd. My guess is they tried to trade back, but teams were asking for too much because of the depth in the draft possibility. So possibly. That's what I think. It took so long for the Vikings to have the pick in, Matt. I don't know what your thoughts are on that, but they probably thought about trading back, and they were like, you know what, the value that we're getting in return, Kwesi with his valuations, Wall Street background, he's probably thinking, okay, this value that we're getting from whatever team is not worth what we're giving up in selecting Jordan Addison.
Yeah, I know he's speaking live right now. So I'll be curious to see what he is saying. I haven't seen anything come on my timeline here, but yeah, I mean, you could tell that they were trying to trade back. I mean, the clock hit like 30 seconds before we saw the pick was in. So those phones were active for sure. But again, I mean, Kwesi. Here's the thing about Kwesi that I particularly enjoy. He's thought these scenarios through. Like, he's not going into these situations unprepared. And I feel like he was very satisfied with just being like, if you're not going to give me, late 30s, early 40s pick and an extra day 2 or day 3 pick, then I'm just going to take Addison, and that will be sufficient for our team. Tomorrow, though, I want to see him be aggressive. I think that's my caveat here. I'm fine with how tonight played out. In fact, I'm happy. But tomorrow, I want to see an aggressiveness because, to you guys' point, like, there are needs still that we need to fill.
Could it be that they go up and get a cornerback like Joey Porter Jr., who's still there, which I don't know about you. I am shocked that he is still there right now.
I am shocked too. We just had Daniel House on our show, and Miles, who's plugged in as well, and they had got some sort of inkling that Porter was going to slip prior to tonight.
Oh, interesting.
I'm not sure why. I think he's a good prospect, but I feel like Porter Jr. is probably going to go at 32 tomorrow. I think he'll be the first pick. I think the storyline is there. It's the Steelers. So
okay.
The storyline is there,
doesn't he?
The Steelers got their tackle. Like, let's put a bow on it. Move on to the next pick. But there are some guys tomorrow that I absolutely enjoy. I mean, Cam Smith, like you guys brought up earlier, great guy. He's one of my favorite prospects in this draft. I don't know why he's been pushed down the boards as much as he has. I'm not as high on Keely Ringo. I love Julius Brents. I think he's a fantastic player. Tyreek Stevenson, Corey Trice. There's plenty of cornerbacks to go after tomorrow, but they should get
draft
aggressive.
Another receiver just to see Daniel and Tony's reaction.
Yeah, I might join them if they draft one tomorrow.
Yeah, I agree. I just like to ruffle some feathers.
If they go wide receiver tomorrow, that means zero faith in Naylor, Rager, or KJ Osborne.
Yeah.
Yep.
But
it was interesting to see. I mean, what a grab for the Patriots, right? Christian Gonzalez.
Man.
Him dropping down to the Patriots.
Wild.
Yeah.
And Jalen Carter to the Eagles. Just crazy.
Dude, the Eagles got Jalen Carter and Nolan Smith.
And Nolan Smith.
Yeah.
Do we play them next year?
I think we do.
I think we
yeah.
do. Because we're the top two teams. So
Kill me
yeah.
if we do, man. That's brutal.
Just give Howie Roseman the GM of the year again. Goodness.
But they've found that kind of that formula that works. I mean, they talk about
we
it
play
in
them
high school
in
that-
Philly.
They talk about how the Lions win championships.
God, please don't let it be a prime time.
Yeah, you're right,
game.
Daniel.
Yeah, I mean, they talk about how the Lions win championships, and Philly has shown that. They got a great offensive line. They have the best defensive
100%.
line, arguably, in the NFL. I mean,
Yep.
and they're building on it. And look how good they are, and they're taking advantage of that. And, for us in particular, you look at how we're kind of lacking in both those scenarios, and we have, even though we've had great pieces outside of that, offensively, defensively, we've never been super dominant on the line. In the years that we have been, look at how good those damn lines were.
Yep.
I mean, we've really it's weird. It's just football. The big guys run the show. It's how it goes.
Well, it all starts and ends there, right? Like if your offensive line wins, you give protection to your quarterback. He has the time to throw to anybody who wants, and vice versa. If your defensive line is dominating, your corners can suck. I mean, that's kind of what Zimmer was hoping for with some of his guys when he had those young corners. He was like, if my defensive line can succeed, I don't need these guys to be all pro players. Like, they'll have the time to read and react because the pressure is getting there quick enough. And the Eagles they're gonna test that this year. Holy shit, their defensive line is stacked.
Well, they had 70 sacks. They're gonna get more. I mean, they might break the dang record next year.
Yeah, it's nuts.
So Matt, tell me I have an ally here. I'm not saying he's going to be great, but do you think that Ed Ingram is going to be better next year than he was last year? You think he's going to be terrible this year too, huh?
About the same. Yeah. I mean, there's nothing. I mean, it's tough. So he showed flashes last year, especially towards the end of the year, but I don't know. It wasn't enough. There wasn't enough consistency for me to be like, yep, I feel comfortable with him. In fact, I often in my mocks was like 4th round, let's go get a guard, because either A, they're replacing Ed Ingram, or B, they're replacing Ezra Cleveland. We had Darren Wolfson on our show
last night.
What day is that? Already last night? This week's gone by so quick. Yeah, last night. And I don't sense that Cleveland's coming back by any means after this year. I think he wants to get paid.
This is his last year of his deal. Yeah.
Yeah. And so I wouldn't be surprised if guards a pick early on day 3. But yeah, I don't feel confident with Ed Ingram, but who knows? Maybe another year with the coaching staff. The continuity on the offensive line may be a huge help for him. So maybe, but I'm not like, I'm not going to go on shows and pound the table for him by any means. He's going to have to earn that before we get to that point.
Does O'Neal come back the way he was? And
I think so.
There's actually pretty good talk that Oli Udoh is taking another step. Granted, it's been a process for him, but there's people that think he might actually win a starting spot.
I mean, I wouldn't replace him over O'Neal by any means. I think O'Neal would be fine.
But at a guard.
But maybe at guard, yeah. I mean,
he would have had to improve a lot at guard.
It's just going to be over Ed Ingram. Really, that's going to be the competition. I don't have any concerns about O'Neal quite yet, but maybe.
I would really like Cody Mauch.
He's 28. He's getting older. Like I think we forget about that with Brian O'Neal. He's an older guy now.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I would like Cody Mauch from NDSU as a kind of a do-it-all offensive lineman.
Yeah.
I know we aren't big on NDSU, Daniel, as USD and SDSU grads, but we know they have good players. We have to respect it, So I think that would be a great fit for the Vikings. I don't think they'll get him, but I think he's probably gone before they pick at 89. Or 88 or whatever it is. And maybe they trade up. I don't know. But it's going to be interesting to see what they do tomorrow.
I think
I
we
want
will.
to. I want to ask you guys: is there what are you hoping happens tomorrow?
Ooh, that's a great question. I mean, I would say because we don't have a second round pick, I would like for us to find a way somehow to gain more capital. Now, I don't know if that means moving a player. That I think ideally is what I'd love to see. I would love to see us move a player or two. Does that mean Dalvin Cook? Does that mean Zadarius Smith? Obviously, it's not going to be Hunter. So maybe one of those two guys. I would love to see that. I think in an ideal situation, I'd love to see us move on from one of those two players to accumulate capital. So that's what I hope for. I don't know about position. It's really just going to depend on how the board sits. I would just love to see us be able to get into the second round, but I don't want to see us forfeit any of the 4 picks that we have remaining to get into it. So that's kind of where I'm at.
And
Would you, Daniel? You're not an NDSU guy. That's what I'm hearing.
well, I'm an SDSU guy, so we beat them to get our national championship. I'm fine with that. Yeah.
Oh, so you like who's your guys'
Tucker
tight
Kraft.
end?
Tucker
Yeah.
Kraft. Mhm.
Yep. Go ahead.
Would you be opposed to a Trey Lance trade tomorrow?
Well, again, but what would we have to give up for that? I mean, he was the number 2 overall pick. So
Yeah, but it's been
three. And I think honestly, if we would do that trade, I think it would have happened today, and I think we would have lost Kirk Cousins in that deal. I think that's what San Fran wants. Everyone talks about Shanahan loving Kirk. I think we would have had to have shipped him. We would have gotten Lance. We probably would have gotten there first. And then who knows after that, we probably would have gotten like a 6, 7, whatever. I think there would have been a lot to that trade, but it would have happened today. I wouldn't be opposed to it tomorrow. I just don't think we have anything to give them unless they want Zadarius Smith. I think he's our key piece. People talk about Dalvin Cook. I think Zadarius Smith, for him, cleansing his social of all Viking stuff, I don't want him on the team at this point. He's a great player. I just think I don't want that a part of our already bad defense. I don't want to add, that kind of guy in that locker, or keep that guy in that locker room. So I think trading him, trying to get up a pick. I'd love to see Joey Porter Jr. In a Vikings uniform. So I hope that could happen. I just don't think it will. But I think that I hope they're aggressive and they try to get back in the second. And I think it's going to take him at least, if not Cook, and potentially another pick to try and get maybe 3 out of the deal.
Yeah.
Well, Matt, I didn't know that San Francisco was calling. And now knowing that news, I mean, I say, yeah. I mean, it depends on what they're offering. I'm taking Lance, and
John,
I mean, they might take Kirk. I mean, for all I care, I'm not.
John's not answering. Sorry, guys.
I'm not a big Kirk Cousins guy. I'm not a hater. I always say this. I'm not a Kirk Cousins hater. I'm not a Kirk Cousins stan. I consider myself a Kirk Cousins realist. So he's good. He's not great. There you have it. So you'll always have good, and he's got a high floor, and that's fantastic. Could he win I think I even commented on one of your Twitter posts about this, Matt. Could he win a Super Bowl in San Francisco? 1,000%. Do you want to know why? Because San Francisco has a Super Bowl roster, with or without Kirk Cousins. The Vikings do not have a Super Bowl roster, with or without a good to whatever quarterback. You usually need 1 to 2 things. You either need an elite quarterback or you need an elite roster. And right now the Vikings have neither. Doesn't mean I hate Kirk Cousins. It just means that that's not a recipe for winning a Super Bowl. And at this point, I think we're all sick and tired of being one and done in the playoffs. So I say I'm ready to move on. I'd take that deal. Yeah, you take him, I'll take Lance.
I think I agree with you, by the way. I think Kirk Cousins is a fine quarterback. I think he can do what Kevin O'Connell wants in this system. But when you look at the state of the NFC North, I don't think you can move on from him quite yet, which I guess is why probably people like yourself and Daniel were hoping that you found that successor tonight, or maybe get a little bit more aggressive in that move. If they move for Trey Lance, I still don't think that involves Kirk Cousins to the 49ers. And the reason I say that is because I think they truly trust Brock Purdy over there in San Fran. And they gave a decent amount of money to Sam Darnold. So I guess you can never say never, but I don't know if Kirk Cousins is going to end up there. I really think he plays this year out.
Then what would it be?
Yeah, that's a good question. My guess would probably be somewhere.
It'd have to be Smith or Hunter because they don't need Cook.
I just think it's a straight up pick, a conditional.
Oh.
I think you just do a conditional pick.
Oh, future.
Yeah,
Sure.
yeah. I don't even think, because if you're San Fran, like, sure, you could ask for 87, but the Vikings aren't going to give 87 away because they have other needs. So I think you look for a 2024 future pick, which I don't think we have a third in 2024, if I remember right.
Yeah, I don't know.
Did we give that up for Hawkinson too?
I think so.
I think we maybe just swapped picks, but maybe we don't. I don't know.
I'm looking.
I think we have 2 fourths next year, right?
No, so we gave up our third next year for their fourth. Their
So we do have 2
conditional fourth. What is the? I haven't gotten to 24 yet, but yeah, I would imagine that it's a future like 2024 pick.
Do you think it would have to be a 1 though? I don't.
Oh,
I don't. You think? Well, and I'm not saying you're wrong, but do they let him walk for a 2, given he was the number 3 overall, and they really don't know what they have yet?
I think they're kind of treating it the same way we treat our second round pick this year, right? Like we got TJ Hawkinson, and so like while they gave all that up for Trey Lance, they did get Brock Purdy out of it. So they're just kind of treating maybe it kind of like equals out some way. I don't know. I think teams would laugh at the 49ers if they asked for a first or second for Trey Lance.
Yeah, I agree.
The kid hasn't thrown a ball in 5 years.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I guess he threw a couple passes in that mud bowl in Chicago this past year, but otherwise he hasn't done anything. So I don't know how you could sit there and be like, yeah, give me your first. Teams would hang up the phone. I don't think they'd speak.
Yeah. I will say that I did get to see Trey Lance play when I was in college attending USD. I got to go call a game that he played against USD, and I'm sure Daniel knows how that game went. But Trey Lance played really well, not surprising. So, I mean, just based on that game and based on what I saw from him in college, I think he'd be a good player at this level, but I don't know. We'll have to wait and see on that. I don't know if I want this to happen tomorrow, Matt, but I am interested to see if the Vikings do want one of these quarterbacks really badly. If they want Will Levis or if they want Hendon Hooker. I'm more on the Hooker train than Will Levis. Now, you may disagree with me on that. I think Daniel and I are kind of on the same boat on that one, but I'm very interested to see if they go up and get a quarterback tomorrow.
With what you guys like Will Levis?
No.
I like Hooker better than Levis. I think Levis might be a bust.
I think so. I'm not saying that I love Levis. My assessment is that I feel like Hooker probably has a higher floor but a lower ceiling, and Levis has a lower floor but a higher ceiling. So I say if you're at the point of taking a flyer, you might as well take a guy who's going to sit for a year that you think, well, maybe he's got some intangibles there. Hooker feels like, you guys might hate this, but Hooker to me feels like probably a higher floor version of Kellen Mond. I don't know.
So useless.
Yeah. At least you take a guy that you go, well, I mean, if he figures stuff out, you know.
Yeah. Levis is intriguing to me. He's got that big arm. He could sit. The one thing about all of these guys is they don't have to play right away. They can just sit for a year.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And so there's so much value in that. Like, I remember early 2000s, like that was the thing. Like, get these guys, let them sit. Granted, they'd always play by like week 8, whatever it was, but let them sit and develop, and then they turn out to be these great players. Let's look at Mahomes, right? Like, he was one of these guys that people were like, big arm, kind of raw. Can he develop? They sat him for the year. I guess he played like week 16 or 17. And then they gave him everything, and he just turned into be a stud. Now I'm not saying Levis is going to do that or Hooker, but there is power in sitting behind somebody and developing for a year because you get to see what they do. For me, with the quarterbacks available, I'm probably leaning more towards like a Tanner McKee, or even a Dorian Thompson-Robinson. I think those are kind of the two guys I'm gunning towards.
Come on, Tony. Come on, Tony. Get more hyped. I know you love DTR.
Yeah, I mean, when you think about developmental prospects, you want people that like. I don't want to coach, or I don't want to develop someone that's got like bad technique if they don't have just immense upside. And I think Dorian Thompson-Robinson has that. Now he's super raw, and I'm not going to sit here on your show and say like draft him, he's going to be great, because he probably is not going to be a thing in the NFL. But you bet on those traits. Tanner McKee is interesting to me because I think he's more of like a pocket passer, but I think Kevin O'Connell kind of likes that quarterback, right? I think if he sat behind Kirk Cousins for a year, that could be a really good pick. So yeah, I'm out on Will Levis, by the way, if you didn't catch on to that.
Yeah, I mean, and I just think at this point, like I said, if you made me choose between Hooker and Levis, that's where I would go. But
Yeah.
I don't really at this stage. Neither of those two quarterbacks are going to be there, in my opinion, in round 3. So, and again, I don't want to see us use the capital that we have to try to get up there. So it's not worth it for either of them for me. But I don't know. I mean, what's that guy out of BYU?
Jaron Hall.
Yeah.
No, man.
I've seen that name get thrown around a bit. I don't know much about him, but I know I've seen that one. Yeah,
I watched him at the Senior Bowl, man. You remember Donovan McNabb when we got him and he just kept throwing shit in the dirt?
Oh, skip pass, maybe.
Yeah. That's,
oh no.
That's what
Yeah, get a little short hop action. I felt like I was a middle schooler out there fielding grounders at shortstop.
5-yard out, couldn't hit.
Yeah, I know people that like Jaron Hall, but I'm out. No way.
Yeah.
If he's a day 3 guy, if he's day 3 and you missed out on DTR, then I'd pull
Give
the
me
trigger.
a kicker.
But give me a kicker.
Yeah, there you go.
Hey, if there's a good one, I haven't done any work on kickers at all, so
I didn't
couldn't
either.
tell you.
I was supposed to text or get Ryan Longwell on my show to talk about kickers, but I didn't feel like that would be a exciting episode.
When's that Iowa punter?
That's not a fan favorite. Yeah.
The Iowa
Hunter Carson. That kid's got to be drafted this year, doesn't he?
I don't know who that is.
Who's that?
The Iowa punter.
Oh, Tory Taylor? No.
Yeah, dude was the MVP this year. I don't remember his name.
I think he was
Tory Taylor is his name.
Yeah, Tory Taylor. Sophomore, I think, last year. So I think he's got, punting is winning is the Iowa slogan, which I hate, by the way.
That's fitting.
Yes, it is. Well, it's definitely something. But all right, gentlemen. Well, this is going on almost 4.5 hours. I think it is definitely time to pull the plug. Matt, before we let you go, make sure to tell the fine folks that have been watching or that will watch in the future how they can find your content.
Yeah. So you can find me on Twitter at @MattAnderson_8. Our podcast on Climbing the Pocket is Vikings Happy Hour. We're going live again tomorrow, whenever the Vikings pick. Who knows when that's going to be. And also writing content on Vikings Wire. So as soon as we hang up here, I'll be going to watch Kwesi's presser and see if there's any tidbits to pull from there and fire some stuff out. So yeah, if you want good Vikings coverage, by the way, we're humming over at Vikings Wire. We have a good crew there. Myself, Tyler Fornes, Kevin Fielder, and Judd Zolgad. It's
good crew.
It's a dynamite crew, and we've been pushing out some great content. So if you haven't joined along, we would appreciate it if you did from this point forward. So thanks for having me on tonight, guys. Yeah, also, by the way, I love the new brand new Skol
Yeah.
Purple podcast branding stuff.
Appreciate it, man.
Absolutely.
Peace out to Josh for joining us. Thanks, Josh. We appreciate it. We love the new look as well. Eli Corbett on Twitter. He killed it. Absolutely killed it. So, and you guys, I like your rebranding as well.
Thank you.
So you guys did a good job with that as well. So
thank you.
But that is going to wrap it up. Daniel, thank you so much for joining us. You can follow him at Daniel Pollock on Twitter. Tony, Steaky Stories, me. You can just follow Skol Purple Pod. You don't need to follow my personal account. But that's going to do it for our show here. Thank you all for tuning in. And as always, Skol.
Skol, baby.
Skol Vikes.